heaven!
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it. You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! Fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Stop it! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
It's a new day here in the Asia region for Marvel Rivals Stage 2, and it's the final day before the turn of the meta here as we experience 3.5 for the final day here.
Indeed, it's gonna be, just a cumulative of all the training, all the scrims that have come out from this 3.5 patch notes, and it comes down to these last 4 series here at the tail end of the first week of Stage 2. My name is Multitudes, and joining me is, of course, the dear one and only Dan. And I think we're really ready to kick off and really solidify this first week of group stages.
Yep, we're experiencing the tail end here of the first half of the group stage here in the Asia region. I feel like it's gone so fast, and we're already here at the first half.
Yes, it's funny because, me and you, we've been on cast for 15 hours this week, and it just, in the midst of it all, it just flies by. You're absolutely right. And you know what will be flying by soon? Season 4.0 roadmap. Yes, it says September 12th to October 10th, but hey, blink and you probably will miss it. So you want to cash in on all this action. You've got the new hero Angela. You've got the swimsuit and summerwear special volume 2. I know volume 1 was an absolute hit with the community, and you do want to get in on those skins.
Yeah, great skins coming out as well, and a new map that will be coming out in a week or two time. But what you don't have to wait for is that new Angela skin. The Scold 2099 costume making its appearance on the servers right now. It's been live for about 2 days now, so you have plenty of time to pick up that costume if you're feeling like you want to become that Angela main.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking so far, so sharp. Look at that blade forged from the Asgardian steel. And of course, where will we be if we didn't mention the Will of Galactica costume? That blade is so rock. I mean, look at those tats right now. So solid. Rocking those kind of neon blue turquoise-esque. All you have to do is be sure to be on Twitch. Connect that Twitch account to your Marvel Rivals account and watch through either, here in the official Marvel Rivals channels or any other of your channels. Your favorite content creators that are playing Marvel Rivals as well. Me and Dan have been here for 15 hours. I mean, all of you guys have had your Twitch drops in already, right?
I would hope so. No better way to do it other than here as we take a look at what we're working with here in the schedule aspect of the Stage 2 here in the Asia region. We're already halfway through that group stage. Today will be that final day before we take a few days of a break and we come back for week 2, and we keep saying this time and time again. This is the last day of season 3.5. 4.0 will be starting on that second week.
Indeed, and once those group stage shake off, it's going to be the top 4 from each group that will make it into the playoffs, and this is exactly what they are playing for, a total of $100,000 for the Asia region. I mean, yes, if you're in the 12 that made it into the group stages, there is a little bit of a consolation prize, but you're gunning for that 32K. That first prize moolah is so sweet.
Not only that, you do get a chance to move on to the grand finals, the second international tournament of Marvel Rivals. As long as you make it into the grand finals, you will solidify a spot or a chance for international greatness. And what better way to do it here in Stage 2, but you have to conquer your region before making it there. And looking at the team standings, we are starting to see a little bit of a rift between the good and the best teams here.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoons has gone 3 for 3, and someone will have to double check the caster's math. We didn't really excel in math from that perspective, but hey, that might actually mean that Crazy Raccoons has a very, very high chance, if not definite chance, don't quote me on this, of already being in the playoffs. So, kudos to them for making a brilliant display of tactics and aggression with yesterday's fight against XOXO, knocking them 2-0. And you can tell XOXO, 4th place from stage 1, 3rd place right now in the group stage. Only has 1 to their name, and unfortunately, there's 3 on the right side with big old goose egg, and that might be an opportunity for at least a couple of them today to get their first dub under their belt.
Yeah, big props to Crazy Raccoon, right? They make a roster change. They bring in international talent from the likes of NX. We haven't seen that name before, and now he is starting to make waves here in the Asia region. As we take a look on the flip side of Group B, a lot more competitive here.
A lot more competitive. We've called it the Group of Death, as we have some real hard hitters. Zero Tenacity with a huge upset by day 2, right, against the side of Rejects, already solidifying themselves as the newcomer, the up-and-coming riser that came through the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2. And would be interesting. They're not playing today, which already because they have had matches in previous days, but it's going to be the rest of these players and teams here in Group B, the likes of Genji, Down Payment, Rocket University, to have one more chance at the end of this week 1 to solidify yet another win. And hopefully, it's you called it right, Dan. Group A kind of separated. The rift is there, but Group B is real tight. It's down to the wire.
Yeah, it's looking really spicy here. But we're going to see if Group B is also going to cause a rift after day number 4. As we look at the matches coming up, we have OEG opening up against Down Payment, Assemble Fire, and Ewings. Both these teams still looking for their first win here in the second best of 3 of the night. And right after, we got Genji versus Rocky University, and then the final one being XOXO1 versus Onside Gaming. This last, the best of 3, is also going to be a very important match to look at if you're a fan of Onside Gaming.
Oh, yes. And honestly, each of these 4 series have their story to tell. And don't you worry, Dan and myself will be the guiding light here to shed some, interesting facts, drop some nuggets, and explain why each of these series are so important, so crucial for each team to win. We're entering the mid zone of group stages where teams start to separate themselves from the good and the ugly, and this is honestly one of the more exciting times as well. It's also a time where, there's no more excuses in terms of we're coming in cold, right? We're all warmed up. We've had series under the belts. Every team has at least played 2 matchups against their opponents. So no more time for excuses. It's time to put the pedal to the metal and grind your way through.
Pedal to the metal indeed, as we head into the first of 4 best of 3s here tonight. OEG playing against Down Payment, 2 teams here in, I believe it is Group B. Let me just double check.
Yep.
Oh,
that's right.
Yep. We are in Group B to open things up here. OEG coming in 1-1. Down Payment. This is only their second best of 3, so they are still looking for that first win. But to be fair, this is only their second match.
Yeah, they're still, unfortunately, looking for a bit of that dub. Both these teams, have come from the OQ, have come and pulled together a series of different players from other teams. OEG side from the likes of O2 Blast, from LNTR, Marvel Vietnam, and Down Payment. I mean, the mishmash is even more spectacular, pulling even teams from the land down under, right? Vicious, Kanga, Ground Zero, teams very household for the Australia and New Zealand region, and they really want to be able to pull themselves together as a cohesive group and play as the star roster as we see them.
Yep, and no better way to start it here in Hell's Haven, the domination map that will open things up for the night. If you are also joining us for the first time ever, this is how the map rotation will work. First map always will be domination. The type of map, or the type of domination map, I should say, is always going to be random. From Hell's Haven, Vernon Tashala, KCOA, you name it, every domination map will be in the pool, and the random number generating gods will decide which one you will be playing on. But after that, there's a bit of control. The losing team will be able to decide where they go for map number 2, as well as selecting which side to go first. But enough of that as we finish things off here in the picks and bans.
Yeah, Down Payment, looking like they really want to work on the duelist roster for OEG, already banning out the Psylocke and the Human Torch for themselves, and able to steal away Captain America is OEG, so they'll have the leader of the free world right there alongside with them.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised as to the duelist bans coming in, because the duelist pool is just so wide. You have so many variety of heroes that you can choose from. So limiting that giant pool, it's kind of like getting a cup and then just scooping stuff out of the pool. So you're contributing into limiting the amount of options that they have, but I feel like the outcome is a little bit minimal when you compare it to, let's say, banning a key Vanguard, banning out a key strategist. So we'll see what the approach comes in.
I can see what you're thinking, Dan, and I have a counterpoint, right? On domination, the thing about domination is that if you group up to if you play the likes of say Psylocke, right? I think it's easy to get picks if you're all spread out and playing loosey-goosey, which you want to be able to do around a domination match. If you crowd around too much, especially if your side is running the Phoenix that you see, those sparks transfer is way too powerful. So to be able to take out perhaps a Psylocke or a Human Torch that can do these targeted assassinations on backlines, I think might be quite important.
See how these options translate into the match as we see OEG facing Down Payment, and they will find each other head on for the first time in this best of 3. But it does look like Down Payment having the high ground advantage for the time being, but they're all scaling down onto the site because that is the main important part, as both teams now stepping forth, using the lands, using the resources that they have available, as the CC from Fun takes out Littlevex and will open up the bank for Down Payment.
That high ground advantage, so crucial for Down Payment. Furakake with the Loki just providing so much value. Lumi will find heal, as well as Fab is out of action. 6 collecting names. Once again, we see the power of the Phoenix. You know, both sides have it. When you grouped up, those sparks transfer. And that's where it is your team facing against the demise of the Phoenix.
Yeah, the man from Botswana picking up the multi-frags, the multi-knockouts to secure themselves the site, already pulling it up to 30%. Can OEG stop the bleeding? Can they stop this advantage in favor of Down Payment? Only time will tell. Midstar is threatening the Rage of Ultron, but Down Payment have responses for themselves as well.
There it is, Rage comes out, but there's a lot that Down Payment can counter with. They're trying to spread along, especially because it's going to be Midstar immediately annihilated now with the Reacher Edge. In this time to come
there it is!
With the Eternal and Inferno. Donald responds beautifully as well. Lumi around the corner will get the Karmic Revival, but both teams just pressing the issue. Look at the space that Down Payment want to take away from OEG Sports.
We don't cover this very often. The synergy, the coordination from Down Payment, the Endsong Inferno chunking multiple members of OEG down low, and then that 6 is just the man to set up Donald for the dunk, the Dwayne Wade for the LeBron, as they do set up the alley-oop play. But now OEG, time is running low here in round number 1. 10 seconds left minimum. As Fate of Both Worlds is available for Sui. And the signal will be now. Here comes the push for OEG. The retake needs to be absolutely perfect here. And it looks like they're doing very, very well at that. All the ultimates, all the resources being used here. But there's a response for Down Payment. Look at all the ultimates. 4 ultimates already. Sparks ablaze, firing away. And Down Payment will stand tall here in this fight.
Lumi already had the Karmic Revival online mere seconds, maybe a minute after the first one, and that was the way back in, just pouring back with the momentum, pouring back with all the ultimates that they had in their pocket to pull out and push off OEG.
Great plays coming in from Down Payment off the rip. Only their second match, and they look like a well-oiled machine, especially with that Meteor M Inferno combo that they were able to pull off onto 2. And that is just the separation between, like we say, the good teams and the best teams here at stage 2. And Down Payment are looking to make this entire group be a lot more competitive.
I mean, to be fair, I felt like the first time we saw Down Payment play, they weren't as cohesive, you know? They were a bit fragmented in terms of their positioning and their ultimate abilities and usage. But hey, they're looking a lot better now. They've had some time to regroup. They've had some time to converge around, okay, who is really taking charge? Which character, which player is leading momentum? And how do we follow our in-game shots? And that's precisely what we're seeing from some of the, the action on the first point. Now on to the second we go. Down Payment, look at the group finesse, just wanting to take this mid space away from OEG, forcing them onto the site while they take the high ground for themselves.
Yeah, but do you really want to stay on the high ground, or do you want to take control of the site? That's going to be a bit of a dilemma that they want to look for as a big jump from Donald. We'll draw first blood here in round number 2 onto Midstar. And that's going to be a man advantage in favor of Down Payment as they look to wipe out more of the members, try to stagger them, and just buy enough time for Down Payment as they try to look for ways to get in. But it looks like OEG are just going to get shut out from the site.
Lumi will pop the cocoon, so, you know, no harm, no foul there from Little Vex as they try to make their way in, inch by inch, row by row. On the side of OEG, they do have a lot of ultimates. You know, we've got the Invisible Boundary, plus Fat may start off with the Silence Reduction to really separate Down Payment, who's been playing like an absolute hive mind, a group of 6 all together as one.
Again, look at all these ultimates starting to charge up here, right? It's going to be a huge domino effect happening. It's a matter of when the first person presses their Q button, but it looks like OEG might have to wait a bit longer as Volvex gets picked away. Heal dangerously low, but is able to escape. But Down Payment, they don't want you to go back to spawn. They want you to absolutely lay down on the floor as OEG have to respond with their own ultimates, albeit right in front of their spawn.
I mean, honestly, Down Payment didn't need to pop the Fate of both worlds. They could have saved it, but there's so many outs that they might as well. Now, it's going to be the Phoenix coming in. Doesn't quite find the mark, but Sparks galore. Subi just holds their ground for the rest of OEG. They'll start to back up. Look at his choke point. It's being cornered by 2 faces for Down Payment. Donald's out of action. Mixar finds an opening. Littleverse falls off suit. But Lumi's online. Lumi's going to cover revival. Once again, the momentum shifts back into Down Payment's favor. They're not quite out of the action just yet.
Just when you think OEG see an advantage, they see the multi-knockout, Down Payment is just right there, Rumi perfectly timed with the Karmic Revival, and OEG just felt like they had no grip, no traction, no way in, as OEG are just gonna get shut out by Down Payment, and this was one of the more commanding map ones we've seen in this tournament.
Hello? Is this 911? I have to report a crime because I'm pretty sure I saw a team absolutely bully their opponent. I mean, walking all the way to their spawn door? That, I am speechless.
Yeah, we don't see that very often. The Down Payment just they had options to just back away, give them space, let them regroup, but no, that's not what Down Payment wants you to do. They don't want you to be organized. They don't want you to be coordinated. They want you to be as staggered, as hectic as possible. And that chaos provided by Down Payment was just enough to just shut out OEG on both rounds.
What an absolute different beast that we saw. You know, between the first time that we saw Down Payment against Gen G, yes, you're against one of the best ones, but I expect, you know, you to be able to put up a bit of a fight. I felt they were a bit of like scrambled eggs. It's such a different view here on this domination match, right? The flow of all 6 members, Down Payment moving in synchronous, as you can tell here. They're taking the high ground advantage, flowing onto the site together, getting easy picks as a collective target acquisition system. It is flowing like water, like honey for all these players.
Yeah, could say they're in a bit of a flow state, just going in, playing together. And we talked about it, that alley-oop play back in round number 1 with the Phoenix and Song Inferno, with the Meteor M to finish things off. And just that synergy alone, it was kind of the tipping point for this entire map 1, and Down Payment, a well-deserved win here.
Indeed, a well-deserved win. I mean, beautiful stuff from all these players. You know, at some point in time on point number 2, I believe every single player on the side of Down Payment had their ultimate. They had point control. They pushed out of it into, you know, the territories of OEG, and you know, they were like, hey, might as well let one more strategist out, let her rip, right? We don't need to hold on to so many. We have so many responses, and he just kept pushing in the momentum. You know, we saw Midstar have to pull up the Kraken Impact just to be able to buy a little bit more space, but it wasn't that effective. You know, there's only so much you can do when OEG were just being picked and pried apart like pulled pork, and it just unfortunately could not find a way in.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to give OEG a bit of a breather as we do take a short break. We will come back for map number 2 which is where we hope to see OEG start to find a little bit of ground. Or will down payment keep that train going? We'll be back and we'll find out soon after.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Down payment looking to cash in towards their first dub here in Group B with little, left-right hooks around the corner, little combo wombos from some of these teams, and they're looking fiery today, having to pick up some of the learnings from their past L and hopefully wanting to convert it to a dub today.
Yeah, down payment just providing unrelenting aggression we saw in map number 1. They were all at one point in OEG's spawn, or at least right in front of it. And now the question comes to OEG, what do they pick here? What do they go for? And it looks like Spider Islands is the choice for OEG. And if you remember back in day number 1, the last time a team picked up Spider Islands, to say the least, it didn't go very well.
Yeah, we saw Spider Islands as early as the second series of day 1 between the first series of the day 1 between Crazy Raccoons and Incipients, and I think Crazy Raccoons did an impeccable defense, stalling the cart just a mere 22 meters away from the spawn door, and so it will be the first time that we come back to the Spider Islands that it has been chosen by OEG. They will be defending first, being reactive to whatever down payment wants to throw in their faces. So far, it has been a lot.
I wouldn't be surprised if down payment come in swinging here, but OEG, like we said, on the defensive side first, and most of the times when we see teams on the defensive side in these convoy, in these convergence kind of maps, they really like to go for the triple vanguard, triple strategist, the 303 or the triple, like the way you like to call it.
Triple.
But that is the current meta here that is forming here in Stage 2, at least on these convoy maps.
Yeah, and you know, we've kind of spoke at length as to down payment. We've got a mix and match of people from 5 different countries all coming together, and it finally seems like the synergy is starting to click, you know? Star players from 3 different continents around the world, and it takes, you know, a bit of a loss to as a wake-up call. That's honestly so important. But now they're in the ring, and they want to play in this octagon that's high up in the skies. Spider Islands, the convoy map of choice. We head straight into the picks and bans.
Yeah, like you say, high in the sky. There's a lot of verticality here, especially in Spider Islands. You've got a lot of buildings. You've got a lot of ways to find that high ground advantage. We're going to see if OEG or down payment adapt to that in their favor. And so far, these bans and these picks have been looking like the same as map number 1, with the Captain America hover, with the torch ban on the side of down payment as well.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Captain America has been so key in so many lineups. I'm thinking, you know, perhaps Donald has run their rounds with the Captain America, so OEG want none of that. Down payment will go ahead to once again ban out the Human Torch. I feel like, you know, verticality, like you call it, so important. It's a place of flyers, that Spider Islands. There's a lot of rooftop access. And actually, you don't necessarily need flyers to even get up there. The likes of Hela with, you know, some bird action, or even Psylocke able to dash up onto the high ground, those will provide a lot of perch points, a lot of intel gathering, and a lot of sneaky plays around the back for some, you know, interesting flanks and hopefully assassinations.
Yeah, and backline access is also a lot easier here, right? These kinds of maps, the convoys and the convergence maps, when you compare it to domination, we say this every time, you've got a lot more surface area. You got a lot more map to work with for these convoy and convergence maps. So heroes that really like to get backline access, like the Magic, we've been starting to see a lot more. Sometimes a Black Panther as well, which is what Crazy Raccoon did pull off in their opening match. Not only just to do damage, get a few knockouts, maybe all they wanted to do is create space, and maybe some of these teams could use that as an approach if they just want to get the cart going.
Yeah, you know, OEG actually banned out Phoenix, right? A very targeted ban against 6, who went absolutely ham in that previous domination match, and that'll be quite interesting. You know, you're really seeing them pull up the Botswanian, making numbers as the in-house duelists. And on the other side, down payment with the targeted ban of the Magneto. I think that's more of a survivability of their back-end strategist ults. You know, you want to be able to run for Rakake on the C and D, and when you have that, I mean, the entire map's under your control. You can nicely heal everyone up and sustain the aggression.
Yeah, 30 Kakai on the Cloak and Dagger, like you said. This Cloak and Dagger pick is very, very strong here, especially since this kind of map has a lot of lanes, there's a lot of entry points, and you want to get into those points as easily as possible. As down payment look to open things up with their turn on the offensive. We'll see if they'll push beyond 22 meters.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the triple that we're seeing from OEG Esports, and we're gonna stop running off onto Bobo King. Storms ain't got nothing on the Groot at the moment. So much sustain coming from OEG's strategist line, right? Look, just hovering around this little Japanese wall, able to provide the healing to the vanguards down below. Down payment having to go back and do a bit of a regroup.
We have slight regroup as Bobo King does get picked off as OEG in a great position for the time being. Down payment inch forward to 16 meters, but how much longer can they push? Here we go. There's the trade of ultimates. Invisible boundary for Eternal Bond as everyone's ultimate starting to come up online. Fab getting dangerously low, but it's getting supported by the team. But here we go with the stun on 2-3. Luby and 6 getting wiped out as OEG look to hold for the time being, as so many more ultimates coming in. But look at Midstar prepping that Harvard Revival just in case anyone from OEG fall, but it looks like it's not even needed.
Bobo King with Omega Hurricane, a little bit of a last-ditch effort, you know. By that point in time, like maybe 2-3 players from the side of Down Payment had fallen back into spawn, and perhaps they popped it in the sense that, okay, I'm thinking that maybe the rest of the team is going to come back because of the short respawn time, but never mind, we go again. Pressing the issue is going to be Lumi +6 with their ultimates. The Punisher looking to find some hit scan action, fun. Breaks things open onto a little Vex. Groot is out of action and his cart is going along.
Yeah, we finally broke the 22-meter threshold as the rest of Down Payment doing what they did best in map number 1, pushing the objective, making sure no one gets out alive on the side of OEG. No survivors, no witnesses as they look to push forward.
In the midst of that chaos, it's beautiful flanks coming in from the likes of Fun, as well as Six, you know, able to work these angles well, and already repositioning goes Lumi. The Luna Snow on this back end, I mean, this means that it's so hard to be able to work both fronts. Well, it's even better, at least for the side of OEG. They want to take the high ground back to themselves with a nice teleport onto the cart.
I like this positioning play coming in from Down Payment, the heads up to put themselves in a bit of an off angle in a way, as the Silent Seduction is just providing so much value for Down Payment as OEG just file in one by one, getting Silent Seduced into the hands of Down Payment, forced to go in because of that portal, but now it's just OEG on the back foot as Down Payment secure that first point.
Yeah, composition has changed for OEG. Just back to the 2-2-2, right? Wanting a little more damage, especially leg number 2 here has a lot more high ground to play around with. Real Estate Sentinel starting to abuse it, starting to, you know, get these pillars out of the way to open up the line of sight to provide more sparks onto Down Payments.
Oh, King pops the Omega Hurricane. He's gonna pop it, but the invisible boundary will be quick to trade. But Midstar somehow not so lucky. As Down Payment look for another opening pick. Donald now has the Meteor M6 with the Final Judgment. Furikakai also with the Eternal Bond. OEG, though, have their own response with the Scrambling Prison and the Fate of Both Worlds as well. So, again, we are waiting. We are setting up another domino effect as Six will press Q first and will rain down hell onto OEG. But everyone of OEG fighting back perfectly up into the high ground as Sui is the saving grace here, keeping everyone OEG from certain death. As everyone else, OEG doing their best to try to find a way, find their traction, find their footing, as Six and Midstar will trade band for band, 1 for 1. As the rest of Down Payment, they just want to go in. Great Psionic Seduction to wipe out 2, but the trade as well. The speed just lighting up back and forth again as Midstar sneaking in, finding a pick here, but it looks like Down Payment need to look for some sort of regroup.
It's almost like a bit of a truce was called between those two teams, right? We've taken too much damage. Let's just leave each other alone. We'll back off and regroup for another day's fight as we go again. Ultimates, not too many online, but I'll be sure to call them out as they come in. High ground once again taken by OEG. We've already got the Strangling Prison online. Donald's got the Meteor and the Sparks flying galore. The positioning just wrapping around back onto the spot. One
here we go.
Along the backline is now sustained by the beautiful Meteor M from Donald, finding heal out of action despite the invisible boundary being pushed up. Bobo King applying the pressure with the Dance of the Butterflies now coming into play, fighting Fab in the midst of it all. Sui falls and OEG defenses crumble.
This is exactly what Down Payment wanted, right? Donald realizing that Yell's ultimate doesn't provide any bonus health to the team, so it's an easy pick for Donald as long as he's able to locate the Invisible Woman on OEG, and he was able to do so perfectly. I really thought OEG had a fighting chance there with the Strangling Prison, especially since Down Payment didn't have any strategist ultimates available, but here we go. Vex will open things up with a pick, and Midstar will do another as well.
I mean, beautiful, right? It almost looked like Little Vex, the group, was caught off guard with a nice hook from Six, but hey, the rest of OEG were able to follow up quickly to sustain the Groot and provide that backing onto the likes of like Fun Fun and Donald. Those two have to be backed off.
Oh, here we go. More offensive plays coming in from OEG, but Down Payment this time around have their own response as Bubble King takes out Fab, will take out Sentinel, a double for the Psylocke of Down Payment, and they look to keep the push going. Donald will find another on the Volpex. OEG falling apart one by one. Fate of both worlds. The dance also being popped, but Six is having none of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that fate of both worlds, you know, like by that point in time, both your Vanguards had fallen back to spawn and popping it as a last-ditch effort, perhaps to drain time, knowing that Sumi will probably have Womo by the end of this team fight. Maybe the cause, we go again, right?
Here we go. There's the ultimates. Here we go. The Kraken Impact is available for Six. It looks like he realizes that the time is now, but a root wall will stall things out for a little bit, but Six is able to still find a pick on the hill. Bubble King and Fun Fun join in on the action. And Down Payment looking to secure point number 3, but OEG, their spawn is quite literally right in front of this. We'll see how long it takes for them to get there. It looks like the end is nigh, but it looks like they're able to step foot onto the site. But
Not
no
just
more.
enough though. Once Midstar out, it was Groot just a tad away. A tendril too far from the cart to stall it any further. 20 seconds, 19 to be precise, left on the timer.
You'll need a top-notch team to
Yeah,
win
it just
this
feels
one.
like Down Payment. As soon as they get the opening pick, they just put the gas pedal right down onto the floor, and they give OEG almost no room to breathe. OEG, they have had good responses with their counter ultimates as well, but in the end, Down Payment looking like the better team here.
Yeah, I think back to these micro plays, especially on that third leg where, you know, OEG Esports on their defensive side were kind of trying to press onto the cart around that bottom of the ramp, but the Down Payment, especially led by the likes of Bobo King and Lumi, just exploded out of the corner, dashing in, getting eliminations after eliminations. It was beautiful. The team coordination is really singing at the highest of notes today.
Down Payment now on the defensive side. OEG, their turn on the offensive, but it looks like Down Payment looking to take the skies, a different approach from what OEG did in the first part of the defense, straying away from the 3 Vanguard, 3 strategist setup, and Down Payment now using the verticality of this map.
Oh, but look at OEG, right? Not wanting to walk into those flames to give Bubble King a bit of a ultimate boost. Nay, they'd rather take through the Japanese halls and fight their way out through the back, taking the same high ground that he occupied on the first half. Donald tries to cut things off,
I like
try to
that.
split up the rest of the team, and does exactly that. Vex and Fab have zero support from their backlines and gets picked off by the strategists.
In theory, that was a great rotational play coming in from OEG, dodging the cover, dodging the slight high ground that Down Payment could have used, but why use high ground advantage when you have a torch, you have a Ultron just raining down from above? But in the end, but either way, OEG, I really did like that play coming in from them.
Not a bad idea, you know. Again, it all comes down to execution, which is the most important part. As right now, these two duelists / strategists just raining lasers and fires from the heavens onto the side of OEG, desperate to make an opening. Already the Rage of Ultron being countered quickly by this invisible boundary, obscuring all elements of sight. We'll have to ask the rest of Down Payment to back out for support.
Yeah, Six realizing that doing damage is not going to do a whole lot. So just use the rest of the rage onto the bridge and try to prevent OEG from using any verticality, as the Strength Prison is Pop Sui with the Spitable Growth, but Lumi, the Doppelganger, is going to do the same as Midstar, trying to do as much damage as possible, waiting out these support ultimates, these strategist ultimates coming in as Six is just gonna laser down Midstar. No chance of an Inferno here as Down Payment holding yet again.
Sentinel swapped over to the hit scan. That is the Punisher. And remember that first half, that was Down Payment's explosion into pushing the cart through. Already that final judgment online, hoping to be able to maybe find some sort of early pick against the Flyers in the sky. Donald is taking some early utility. But yes, here we go. It's going to be the judge, jury, and executioner just cutting everybody down. Even the likes of the Meteor stand nothing against the Sentinel, taking name after name.
That's much better.
And that's all it took. OEG coming out, swinging, coming out on top with the ultimate economy as well. All they needed was 2. Fab with the silent seduction. Sentinel comes in with the final judgment, and Down Payment just get wiped out. Donald couldn't even get the Meteor M down in time from the sheer amount of damage from that final judgment. As here we go, the OEG coming out on top, like we said, with the ultimate economy, are going to look to press the advantage even more.
OEG holding a very good offensive against that portal that came from the high ground. Right now it's just Down Payment being picked up one at a time. Doctor Strange float in. Well, with their backs turned, it's just too much to handle, as this first point will go under the control of OEG Esports. They're chugging along, they're making themselves a bit of a fight against Down Payment.
Yep, Desperation Portal from Donald. It goes flat, so he will switch over back to the Magneto as OEG. Looking better than what we saw in map number 1. It just looked like they didn't have any sort of control, any sort of momentum, but it looks like there is signs of life here until Bobo King shuts it down.
I mean, we talk about just the explosiveness of aggression that can come from a greatly positioned Human Torch. What am I saying? I'm just so enthralled by how OEG are bringing the fight at the moment. They're making it hurt for Down Payment, and they're gonna have to try and figure out what is up next. Rage of Ultron might be that.
Yeah, Rage of Ultron, Supernova also popped by Bobo King. Look at the Inferno. The tornadoes coming in, just zoning away OEG. And they will respect the control coming in by Bobo King. OEG look to regroup, but it's still gonna bleed out time on the clock. 2 minutes left for OEG.
The Rage of Ultron, the science reduction is just the 2 disco ballrooms around this corner. The Meteor still finds Sentinel, a crucial one out of the mix as well, because they had seconds away from their own ultimate. It looks like Down Payment are fighting back. It looked like a bit of a weird supernova coming from Bobo King, but now revenge is on their mind, wants to push the rest of OEG back into their spawn.
That was a great Meteor coming from Donald. Finds a way to get onto Sentinel right before the final judgment is online, but should they have waited a little bit longer? Should they have waited for Sentinel to actually press the Q button? Because right now, OEG looking on top with the ultimate economy, as Sentinel will finally press Q, but what's the response coming in from Down Payment? Kakai will use the invisible boundary. Fun will find Sentinel through the final judgment, through the defenses of OEG, as they look to stunt OEG's offense as the silent seduction. They don't want them to run away. Sentinel, though, has respawned and will find Bobo King. Donald, though, will trade away 1 for 1 as Down Payment still looking to hold, but there's 1 minute left on the clock.
1 minute left. They have to work this. Less than that, 40 seconds. And it's going to be a last Hail Mary effort from the side of OEG. They need to press this. They need to get this dub. They've burned their, final judgment that couldn't really find the momentum that they needed. So it's going to be like Sui with the fate of both worlds to come in. Here comes the Supernova, just able to maybe dice off heal from the rest of this back line. Never mind. 6 dropping by Little Vix.
The Strangling Prison, I think, just went wide as the Meteor also not quite finishing off the members of OEG. And like you said, this is a Hail Mary attempt, but Lumi is threatening with that strategist ultimate. A great pull onto Fab. Fab is gone. Fab is out. And will they be out from the rest of the series, as OEG are not looking so good right now, as Down Payment. Down go OEG, as Down Payment look to take over 2-0.
Clean and easy. 2 down payments made. for the down payment team. They're cashing in their victories finally here on day 4 of week 1. And it must feel so good when, you know, you have an all-star roster playing synergistically with each other, the flow, the ebb, and it's just vibes on vibes right now here in the server.
Oh yeah, down payment looking so much better than their first matchup against Gen G. Gen G arguably was a very difficult matchup on paper, but now down payment taking down the likes of OEG, it's gonna make them feel good. And if you look at the result coming in on Group B, it's now so much closer.
Yeah, you know, it's the point difference is impeccable. I mean, looking at these statistics as well from down payment, obviously MVP going to Bobo King, 31. You know, knockouts totally matching a lot of other players that are close by. Fun with 31 themselves, Donald 27, 6 with 30. I mean, they're fragging out here in the servers, be it on the floor or in the skies. But, you know, it's going to be Bobo King leading the charge here with 13 final hits. That is superb from this in-house Human Torch.
Yeah, Bobo King, we've seen him play in Stage 1 before under the banner of Rival Esports. Although Rival Esports did not do so hot in their showing in Stage 1, Bobo King was still their shining light. And now with Bobo King joining the likes of Oceanic Talent as well as others from other regions, down payment are looking to rely on this Human Torch player, this duelist player of down payment, as they do take over OEG with a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the likes of OEG, I felt like there were some moments where their ultimate usage was a bit off. You know, the replays kind of just also looked at Sui popping the Fate of Both Worlds at a questionable moment at that point in time. On that third leg, you know, it was perhaps both Vanguards, I definitely believe it was both Vanguards out of action, and perhaps could have saved them from giving the likes of down payment a third point. But, you know, on their offensive, OEG couldn't even make it into the third leg. So, I mean, maybe that didn't really matter at the end of it all.
Yeah, although OEG, we did see why they picked Spider Islands for map number 2, especially when they were on the attacking side. We saw that little bit of a rotational play, trying to dodge as much of the firepower from down payment as possible. And if you take a look at Spider Islands, that's just where most of these teams, at least Incipients, when we saw them play Spider Islands in that opening match here in the Ignite Stage 2, that area is just so hard to get through, and maybe some teams are gonna pick that up here.
Yep. And you know, that's very interesting ideas coming out from OEG, and from an individual point of view as well. You know, I want to call it Little Vex. Groot, 73,000 damage points blocked. I mean, that is a statistic unmatched across the next closest Vanguard to meet second place, basically, in terms of damage block was 46k. That is a humongous difference in terms of how much kind of space and absorption Little Vex was trying to be for the likes of OEG, but unfortunately it wasn't quite capitalized upon. You know, it's just able to, down payment were able to focus fire in the right spots at the right time and get their picks done and dusted.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a number that high before, or at least here in the highest level. One day we'll see a number hit the 6 digits. That's all we could wish for, right? You want to see a star level performance, but star level performance is cool and all, but what's scarier, we will touch up on it if it does happen, is if these numbers are similar to each other. You know you're cooked.
Yeah, which is precisely the side of down payment, right? I mean, the elimination count on 4 out of 6 of their players, basically, apart from the strategists, were all in the 30s or close to it, and that really meant that they were playing on par with each other. You know, the likes of Six able to support from that first time on that Psylocke, then obviously having been targeted banned again, Phoenix on domination, then the targeted ban from OEG against the Phoenix, swapping off to the Ultra, making quick work around that is so important as a backline strategist that applies that pressure. And so they were, they may not have run that triple, but they were able to still do a very, very commending win on Spider Islands.
And we are getting word that we will be joining in an interview with Donald from Down Payment, the team beating out OEG today. And we will be joining him in a few moments' time. And honestly, just great plays coming in from Down Payment as Donald finally joining us here. How are we feeling, Donald?
How we going, boys? I'm feeling great.
Beautiful. I mean, it's so great to look at Down Payment come out from a bit of an L from their first series into a solid dub here against OEG Esports. We talk about your roster being this star-studded kind of collective of multiple nationalities, cultures from different teams. Was it easy for Down Payment to come together to work synergistically?
Oh man, it's very, very difficult. I'm the only native English speaker, and I mean the only person that isn't multilingual, I suppose. So we try and come in English, and the guys try really hard, and they're significantly better at it than you'd expect. But yeah, we still have a lot of mess ups with it, I suppose. But we're still a relatively new team as well. So as we continue, we're doing better. Yeah, figuring it out.
Yeah, that's great. That's great to see. And I just want to ask, coming in, this is your second best of 3. You did take a loss against Gen G. Was there anything that you took away from that matchup when you prepared for today's matchup against OEG?
Yeah, there's a lot of no's being said for when we make plays. Our last game. So we have tried to work on that as much as you can in a day, I suppose. But yeah, we'll it's we'll keep getting better. It'll first game, everybody's nervous, as well as those guys being pretty good. So yeah, it's tough.
Understandable, Donald. I mean, I love the honesty, and this first time jitters can really get to you. Last question before we let you go and enjoy the celebrations with your team. You'll be kicking things off to next week on day 1, week 2 against Zero Tenacity, one of the few teams here to bring up an upset against Rejects. Are you kind of ready to face them head on?
Oh man, we're in the bracket of death. All of these teams are so strong. I think I'm thinking that the new meta, because we have less scrim time than them, the patch has changed, so the disparity of time put in is different now, not as massive anymore. So I think if there's any chance we're gonna beat them, it's on this patch, and I'll pull out the Angela, we'll be all right.
Yeah, we're gonna be excited to see you guys in the turn of the new meta. Thank you, Donald, for joining us. Go celebrate with the
Thanks
team,
for having me.
and we hope to see
Will
you soon.
do.
Oh,
That
I love
great.
the honesty, Dan. I love how honest they were about it. It's never. Hard-studded crew, coming from the likes of Australia, from OCE, China, Botswana, Korea. I mean, it is a accumulation of minds that they're trying to wrangle. And today, their efforts starting to pay off.
Yeah, as far as I know, I think Down Payment is one of the more international rosters we've seen here in Marvel Rivals. Something that really isn't very common as of right now, but if Down Payment are able to make a deep run, that may turn some heads here. We are seeing some teams adapting to that, most notably Crazy Raccoon with the addition of NX Gen G as well, picking up some international talent in the North American region. So these teams are starting to adapt a little bit, starting to figure out what works. Maybe an all-national team isn't the best option. Maybe you want some extra firepower. We saw in international competition, EMEA and North America being the strongest regions as of right now in the global stage. But for now, we will have to cool things down. We're gonna have to head into that short break. When we come back, we will be seeing 2 teams looking for their first win. It's gonna be an exciting one, so So don't go anywhere.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Deep Dog, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil.
You will not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blaze! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from multiverses far and wide, welcome back to stage 2 here of Marvel Rivals Ignite. I'm that one, Dan. Right next to me virtually is Multitudes, and we are looking at ourselves, 2 teams still searching for that all elusive first win here.
Indeed, all elusive, but it'll be happening today, right? It's gonna be Assemble Fire versus U-Wings right off the bat here in this best of 3. Neither of them have unfortunately gotten a dub under their belt, going 0-1 and 0-2 here in the group stages respectively, or rather the other way around, but it's gonna be one of them picking up the dub for sure. The question is who and what that'll do to their position here in Group A.
Yeah, right now Group A, Crazy Raccoons are in a very commanding position up at the top, but once you look towards the mid to lower field of Group A, there are a lot of teams that are still fighting for a win, fighting for a spot in the playoffs. Keep in mind, top 4 from each group will move on to playoffs, but right now in terms of what's going on in Group A, 3 spots still open for the taking, and it really could be anyone's game right now.
Yeah, you know, Dan, I'm gonna venture a bit of a guess here, right? Because Assemble Fire right now sitting 0-2 here in the group stages, and if they do not win against U-Wings and walk away 0-3, I think, and you know, someone with better math will have to check me, but I think their chances of ending up in the playoffs go to nil virtually. I think it'll be extremely hard unless weirder circumstances happen for them to make in the playoffs. So I think honestly it might be a do or die moment for this team right here, right now.
Yeah, definitely a must-win situation, like you said, for Assemble Fire. If they go down 0-3, it's gonna be very, very difficult, especially with 2 more matches ahead of them. Yeah, like you said, it's gonna be almost impossible for Assemble Fire to make it into playoffs if they do not come out with a win against U-Wings. Whereas on the flip side, U-Wings, pressure not as big as Assemble Fire, but still, they also would want to keep themselves afloat, keep themselves in a comfortable position when going into the second week of Group A.
Yeah, and I tell you, you know, Assemble Fire, they did at least make it off into the playoffs during stage 1, so they 100% want to repeat their successes. U-Wings are the team that stands in their way. The Japanese team coming from OQ, trying to work their magic with some of their playstyles. They struggled to put up a bit of a fight early on against XOXO, but hey, it is XOXO after all. And now face up against Assemble Fire, they'll have to bring the heat and get the dub under their belt.
Exactly what they need to do here, right? Assemble Fire, backs against the wall here, must-win scenario. U-Wings, not really must-win, but maybe should win, want to win. Maybe that's the better word. Assemble Fire is a must-win. U-Wings is like, yeah, we should win this one.
Need to win?
We kind of need to.
Yeah,
need to win.
Kind of need to.
Yeah, sort of, kind of, maybe. You know, U-Wings,
Hey,
you know,
but
they
hey,
still have a lot more matches, so they should be chill.
Looking at the hovers, U-Wings, I mean, the vibes have to be chilling, right? Look at the Jess across the board. 6 land sharks and the picks and bans are coming in hot right off the rip. You know, Mantis securing for themselves. That's something that isn't necessarily allowed, right? And
Oh, yeah.
typically both teams choose to ban out the Mantis pretty early on, but Assemble Fire says, hey, I think perhaps that Fate of Both Worlds is a bit more annoying to deal with, so there we go.
Yep, Fate of Both Worlds still 12 seconds long here in patch 3.5. Keep in mind, this is the final day that these teams will be playing on that 3.5 patch before we go into next week, which will be that 4.0 patch. So, Luna Ult still lasting 12 seconds, whereas it's going to be 10 seconds when we go into Season 4.
Yeah, and so in the tournament client, Angela will not be played, at least for today's games, will only be released in the tournament clients starting next week. And I know perhaps I did a little incitement of the Twitch chat on the twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals channel. I know a lot of fighting words being thrown around in terms of how strong or weak Angela is here in the ranked play. But hey, we'll have to see what the pro teams make of it next week. Today, we're still focused on 3.5, and right off the rip, again, Ultron being still a powerhouse in the skies from the back line. Those hit scan beams basically have infinite range, so if you can see that pixel overhead, you'll be able to click on it.
And don't be fooled by the Captain America pick. It's still a very, very strategist-heavy sort of picks and bans so far. You could even argue that Captain America really is a strategist with that freedom charge, keeping everyone alive, you know. We talk about it, it's just a very, very beefy strategist. And it's one of those game-changing ultimates here in the Marvel Rivals world, right? Captain America with the freedom charge really just gives you another safety net, another resource to either push your advantage or find a way to come back.
Oh my gosh, look at that. U-Wings, 4 strategists banned against Assemble Fire. Just a full squad, leaving Assemble Fire with maybe lackluster backline supports. You've got perhaps Jeff, who honestly, yes, has a bit of a resurgence. Rocket's right there with
Pick
them,
your
but
hero.
you know, no Rage of
Or
Ultron,
villain. I'm not
no Soul emerges, no Eternal Bond, no Loki either, and so it's gonna be, yep, the Invisible Woman has to come out to support the rest of this team.
Yeah, and just a quick little clarification. There is some player names, most notably on the left and the right on the bottom of your screen for U-Winks. On the left is Yutsu, and I believe on the right is Yuri. So we will be referring to them as those names. So trying to clear things up a little bit. I know this entire stage has been an immaterium full of uncertainties, full of question marks everywhere. How do maps work? How do these bands picks work as well? And we hope to be that light guiding your way through what is Marvel Rivals esports as a whole.
Yeah, keeping the casters on our toes as well, as these two teams will be battling out here in Vernon Tashala. Domination is the name of the game, and right off the rip, it's just that min-maxing, you know, making sure that we can get these these speed boosts from Jeff, these armor packs from Rocket/Penny, just to be able to make this first engagement here around the corner more effective for their players.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a. It looks like U-Wings are looking for a teleport play. Assemble Fire are playing a safer approach. Yep, here we go. Neil twirling his fingers around, getting on top of the high ground. But they do meet Assemble Fire head on as Akama will open things up, deny a teleport play coming in from U-Wings.
I mean, that's the danger, right, of playing so fragmented. You see Assemble Fire, you know, letting these players move around, and U-Wings with the teleport, with the vision that Doctor Strange can lend in, they're able to kind of just slam into it. The point does go to Assemble Fire, but I believe it's going to be quite short-lived because a lot of these players have been sent back to the lobby. But I tell you, Mafia is making it painful for them to have to take this back, being annoying in that backline. Finally gets taken out by the Adam Warlock. Akame does fire one of themselves, and sooner or later, yep, U-Wings will convert that point for themselves.
U-Wings will secure that point for the time being. Assemble Fire did sneak in 13 points for themselves, but now it's all U-Wings here on the site. And now what does Assemble Fire look to do here? My mate Nate rocking the Black Panther here on really something you don't really see. A Black Panther pick on a domination map. But we'll see how it goes, because Mafia really needs to help be that supporting player when it comes to diving in with my mate Nate as Beatty. What will open things up with the fight. This is the retake beginning for Assemble Fire as Nate is also able to pick up Yutsu, but Yutsu has that cocoon, will revive as U-Wings do wipe the floor yet again.
Indeed, I mean, a great kind of response from the side of U-Wings to be able to just capitalize on some of these individual fights that are erupting, not really burning too many ultimates either. Now Yuri around this corner will find 0-1, a huge stagger on the side of Assemble Fire, and this just means that their kind of response onto U-Wings will be delayed just a little longer.
Yep, U-Wings. We talked about this in the pregame. Only having one loss, but that this is only their second match. And so far, U-Wings, compared to their show in against XO back in day number 2, looking a lot better here. But Assemble Fire, they need to find something, and Nate is that something, that X factor of Assemble Fire. The Eye of Agamotto finds 2, but U-Wings only have 2, make it 0 left on this site. Assemble Fire retake the point.
Now what's wild was that they actually had 4 ultimates at the start of the team fight, but they didn't even need it, right? The BP on their, what I would call home turf, that is, right? Perhaps it is the Wakandian buff that BP was just able to get a nice big flank on that backlines, those dash resets to be able to wipe out 2, and then just saving now 6 ults for Assemble Fire, taking the fight straight into U-Wings' face. Whoa, Kame, there's something to say about it.
That was a great sleep coming from Axelio. Was able to lock down Nate and put him out of the fight. Behemoth follows suit as Bainey pops the invisible boundary, but maybe it's a little too late as Akama comes in with the end song Inferno. But is it really the Inferno putting on the show as 0-1's Inferno with the tornadoes coming in hot and burns out U-Wings from the site as Assemble Fire look to hold for just a bit longer. Hand of Boss even being used to just keep everyone alive. But Yutsu with the hero comic revival keeps U-Wings back in the fight. Freedom charge keeping everyone alive as well. And U-Wings look to keep this fight going, but Behemoth is able to match what U-Wings have in terms of support with available worlds. Assemble Fire staying on fire, need to stay on fire, keep them alive on the site, but the feed looking red as U-Wings see red. It's all Daijobu from here.
And it's just these last few players they have to catch up on this. Mafia has something to say about it. Nope, get taken out by the side of Yutsu. What a beautiful karmic revival. They burned every single ultimate from Assemble Fire. Now they have to come in with a bit of a desperation. Portal, 99%. They touch it in the nick of time. The back and forth just to be able to stall out this point. 0-1 with a huge bubble and shield to break open this side for themselves. Now this is Meteor and from Neil hunting around for targets. We'll find my main Nate out of action.
The ultimate economy right now in U-Wings' favor. The feed also in their favor as Assemble Fire off a desperation portal as Bainey is able to get the invisible boundary in time, but Bainey needs to stay alive in this fight if they want a chance to come back as Assemble Fire need to get the retake going, but the feed lights up red yet again as U-Wings looking to secure a round 1 victory. Slowly but surely they will make it happen.
Oh, that Wakandian home turf buff only lasted for a moment, and honestly, it was just a fight back from the side of U-Wings. It was beautifully done. The fact that the likes of, Yutsu on that, I believe, yeah, on the Adam Warlock was able to come up with the karmic revival at the last possible second. Assemble Fire had burned 5 out of the 6 ultimates that they had at that point in time. And then with the karmic revival, just bringing back the momentum, the players into the fray with Yuri leading the freedom charge onto the site. It was so much for Assemble Fire to have to deal with. Too much, actually.
If you're an old school gamer and you've been playing these style of hero shooters for a while, I'm sure you're getting some sort of PTSD from another title and from a certain hero back years ago. And these players will have to relive what they had to deal with possibly in a past title. And now here we go. Assemble Fire and U-Wings going at it again. U-Wings with a round 1 victory here, but Assemble Fire did put up a fight in that first round as well, but for now, it's all Ewings as the site does open up in 5 seconds time.
Yeah, great aggression coming from Mafia, right? Just to maybe from Yuri, just to be able to force out the Starlord away. Akami being pressured a little bit, manages to get a win. Forceful sustains out from the backline strategist. Now it's going to be the Magneto hunting for a target with the Meteor and doesn't quite land the mark, but zones enough to allow the rest of Ewings onto this side. Oh, Assemble Fire finding just these drop the trade coming up from 0-1 onto Neil. 0-1 with the spin to win from my main Nate. Right up with them. Assemble Fire looking to bring the fire themselves.
Oh my gosh, another great Karmic Revival coming in from Yutsu, keeping the team alive again with the Karmic Revival synergized with the Freedom Charge, just keeps Ewings back in the fight. Ryukan, a great shroud to dodge away from Kingdom's Meteor a few seconds ago, does keep Ewings in this fight. A great Meteor dunk onto Bainey as Ewings looking to take control of the site. So far, no one charging up any sort of points onto the site as everyone just piling on in. Yutsu just providing the hurt, providing the damage, providing the resurrects as Ewings will finally take control here in round number 2.
Finally, I mean, it was like 5-6 ultimates burned in the process just to get that first percentage point out. And we got a little taste of Blade as well. 0-1 picking up a twofer in the midst of that chaos. But once again, it's that Karmic Revival being so cautious as we go back straight into it. It's going to be Yuri around the corner being an absolute nuisance that they are as the Captain America. It's going to be Ewings having to force their way back as Assemble Fire break the choke point a little bit open and force their way back onto side. Phoenix out of action. Akame falls to the wayside. A tick for tack trade onto my mate Nate as well.
Yeah, an even trade so far. Kingdom dangerously low, needs to keep himself alive, but 0-1 slashing his way to a site control, hopefully, as Mafia does solidify a lead, a man advantage for Assemble Fire, but looks like Yuri feels like the time is now. He's just bouncing around. Oh my god, look at him go. He's just bouncing around, just buying time for the rest of Ewings to join. Neil hopping onto the Doctor Strange will use the teleport, and it looks like they will be used right on the site. Assemble Fire. They need to find a way to get the control of the site, but Yuri might have just stalled enough.
Now 0-1 with the slice and dice, trying to get rid of the backline with a bit of anti-heals as well. Mafia doing their best to hold things around with the Freedom Charge. This Fuyakan out of action, now targeting the Vanguards as well. This lead is lighting up blue. Assemble Fire want this for themselves, but hey, Ewings are putting up a heck of a fight. Too much to handle though. Neil with a desperation teleport a few moments ago, but once again it's still gonna be this annoying Captain America finally giving their way. It takes so much for Assemble Fire to have to claim themselves back on this point. Holy!
All it takes is a few good bunny hops from Yuri. He was hopping the Freedom Charge and just bouncing his way to what is Ewings at 84%. That number should have been way lower, but Yuri with a solo Freedom Charge, he doesn't even need it to support the team, he just supports himself, and look what it's done for them. We'll see if that'll matter in the end.
Change, right? Yuri's now on the Meteor Magneto, wanting to take that front line. That's not great right now because your backside is being harassed. Akame will be working out Galactic Legends. Some target folks, the bubble expires. There's gonna be my main Nate just fighting frag after frag. The Karmic Revival in the midst of it all. The spin to win doesn't quite find it. Eternal Bond. Alright, Eternal Bond, so on. Just to build sustain. I don't think anybody from the side was caught by the eyeball. The more than sleep temporarily brings my main Nate out of action, but straight into the frame we go. Ewings finds a double for themselves.
How does Yutsu figure out the timing every single time? Every single Karmic Revival that Yutsu has provided has been maximum value. Especially with Exilio being able to support everyone that is getting resurrected with the Soul Resurgence, and just the timing, the synergy with the support ultimates coming in from Ewings might be the difference here as Assemble Fire trying to close the gap, but Ewings have something to say about it, especially with Yutsu just staying in the back, staying alive, keeping the pressure for Ewings as they look to try to secure the point, and they will do so successfully. And now Assemble Fire will need to teleport here.
Yeah, they'll have to fall back 0-1 on that Doctor Strange for a little last minute hurrah on this point to prevent Map 1 going their way. Here we go, onto the site we go. Mafia leading the charge with the freedom itself to make space for the rest of Assemble Fire to pour out.
Good soul bond from you to just provide that extra survivability from the onslaught. That is of Assemble Fire with the desperation teleport by Nate. He has a good timing here. No response available for Ewings, and Nate can just go ballistic. Goes legendary, and a great timing of the ultimate from my Nate. Nate will provide Assemble Fire what seems like a round 2 victory for them. They may be able to clap back, but can they get it in time? As Axelio forcing a portal, but it's too little too late. The shove even solidifies a round 2 win. Assemble Fire will clap back here.
Milliseconds off that point. I mean, it just takes, that quick action. I think everyone here needs to be able to quickly memorize how to hop onto a Strange as quickly as they can, because as you can tell, that portal opened up like literally milliseconds before 100% was reached, and now they won't have the option to run a teleport right off the rip for point number 3.
Before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, right? But I think both sides don't have the portal available just yet, so no funny rotational plays coming in from both sides, at least here at the start of this round number 3. Both teams so far being pretty even with each other. Assemble Fire able to find the ultimate timing here. Nate with a great Galactic Legend, especially with Ewings. Didn't have the Karma Revival available just yet. Neither did they have the Soul Resurgence or the Eternal Bond. And now we reach the breaking point of what it seems like a banger of a best of 3.
Yeah, I'm thinking about 0-1 on that Blade as well. We haven't really seen a mainstay Blade thus far. These are most that we've seen them on screen, at least in the Asia region. Anti-healing, I'm still trying to see and figure out if there's enough value as now we brought around the stairs. Assemble Fire starting things off. The shift break from Behemoth does it out onto the backline, and now through this choke point they go. My main ace ready for it. The Born again, the Karmic Revival around this corner. It brings back 4 players into the momentum we go. They're firing back on those cylinders. Akame onto Kingdom, forcing out this invisible boundary, but the sparks flying galore on the side of Assemble Fire.
Akama going right in melee range. This is one of the playstyles that these Phoenix players have adapted to. And Ewings off the back of another U2 ultimate provides Ewings the man advantage and the site control that they absolutely need here.
That's why, I mean, the fact that U2 is able to get away with these Karmic Revivals time and I think it's like 4, I've lost count, 4 times so far. So much value coming from a multi-revival. Now Freedom Charge Mafia wants to open things out. It's going to be countered with the Soul Resurgence from Neil.
Oh wait, but the anti-heal might be huge here, as 0-1 does get multiple members of Ewings, but it looks like it hasn't really quite resulted into anything. Fury with the Meteor will find and shut down the Fate of Both Worlds of Assemble Fire, and there is no more resources on the side of the blue team as every one of Ewings look to clean up house and force Assemble Fire to regroup yet again.
I mean, Yuri did so much on the Captain America on point 2. Is now hopped onto the Magneto, just clicking heads with those metal shards. Ewings past that 50% mark. Solid start, but hey, they've lost that lead on point number 2, and so they can't back down. They can't kind of let down their guard, especially because Mafia's already in the backline, but the Sparks make quick work of them. The regress from Ewings, the focus fire is too good.
And now Mafia staggered away. 67% here for Ewings as here comes the onslaught for Assemble Fire. The Meteor not quite landing the mark, and that allows Weekon to get the Eternal Bond down. No problem. Bainey also gonna have to use the Invisible Boundary to just counter the opposite strategy with ultimate coming online and ready to go. Ewings though looking good in this fight as Jutsu will finally get shut down, but does have the Cocoon to revive, but Assemble Fire still faltering yet again as Ewings looking to close map
gosh.
1 win. No response.
Mafia?
Is there a response for Assemble Fire to teleport? Is it in time? Come on, no! It's gonna be a shutout for U-Wings here. They take round 3. They take the best of 3 within map 1, and they will take what is map number 1 here in Vernon Tashala.
You can't see my face right now, Dan, but my jaw is on the floor. I think Mafia had hopped onto the Doctor Strange at the last possible second to force a desperation teleport, but somehow went back to Captain America. Maybe just realized like all hope was lost as the percentage points were just climbing too fast. Holy.
There was some signs of life coming in from Assemble Fire. They looked good in that second round, especially with the ultimate timings from Nate with that Galactic Legend, but unfortunately that was really only their saving grace. And we talk about this, just knowing when you have that sense of when the enemy might have their ultimates on the line is something that you need to know when you come to play at the highest level. And U-Wings, off the back of so many Karmic revivals from Jutsu, I'm at a loss for words. I don't think I've ever seen this much value coming in from an Adam Warlock in a very long time.
Yeah, I'm actually stunned, right? To think about, hey, who can I name as MVP here? Sure, the game has highlighted Fuyakin, who has 40 eliminations to their name, 44k healing as that backline C and D. I mean, Cloak and Dagger is such a staple here in the backline strategist roster, but like you called it, you know, it's the side of Jutsu, yep, rocking the Kame, and also Yuri on the Captain America, just playing hopscotch. Not even Marvel Rivals, just bouncing around, playing, you know, catch the Captain America, or buying time. And I believe, if my memory serves, they were at 43%. They left Captain America alone there, and they dragged it all the way to 84.
That too, yeah. The plays, the awareness coming in from U-Wings, realizing that, hey, this fight's over. And Yuri realized that, and it got to a point where he was just, you know, pops the freedom charge and just starts bouncing all over the place. And it's just, I don't know, it was just funny to watch, just watching the rest of the Assemble Fire trying to finish off that pesky little Captain America. Not even little, it's a very beefy Captain America, but with that bonus HP, with the extra movement speed, and it's just what these micro plays that turn into macro plays in a sense was all it took to bring U-Wings to the finish line here in map number 1.
Yeah, I think this is the second instance this week that, at least for the first map domination, we've gone to a third point. And you know, it was a bit of a battle during that second point as well. The fact that Assemble Fire were able to fight back with some brilliantly played teleports, my mate Nate high in the sky, finding these opportunities on the backline with some great Galactic Legends as the Star-Lord, and Mafia doing, you know, trying to emulate that Captain America success as well. I'm thinking about 0-1 on that blade. What like, I'm trying to understand and visualize, was the blade pick here really successful? You know, we did see the 1000 cut slash happen a few times here and there, and the anti-heal comes out, but I'm not sure about its efficacy.
Yeah, the efficacy definitely needs to be a little bit questioned, because yeah, you get the anti-heal down, but on the side of U-Wings, they had so many ways to get bonus HP, and that's something that Blade can't really counter. So just providing that extra bonus HP coming in from the Mantis Ultimate, from the Captain America Ultimate as well, kind of just nullifies the anti-heal as a whole. So a little bit of a lackluster ultimate if you think about it in hindsight. But who also need a team that also needs to think in hindsight is Assemble Fire, as they look to find a way back in map number 2 here in this best of 3. Both teams still looking for that first win, but we'll be right back if U-Wings can secure it, or will Assemble Fire start to fire back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
We're back here for map number 2 between Assemble Fire and U-Winx. And U-Winx taking the advantage here on domination. Vernon Tashala under their belt for that dub. And this leaves Assemble Fire with a huge problem. They need to push map 2 and get their dub into a map 3, or else they are almost virtually out of the playoffs.
Yeah, we talked about this right before map number 1. Assemble Fire already working with 2 losses, 2 series losses, and now their backs are quite literally pinned against the wall as U-Winx did take control of map number 1. And now Assemble Fire, like you said, if they come out with a loss here in this series, it might be virtually impossible for Assemble Fire to make it into playoffs.
And here we have map 2, chosen by Assemble Fire. It's going to be Yggdrasil's Path, which they actually have chosen as their map 2 against Onside Gaming on day 1. And unfortunately didn't quite go their way. So I'm thinking, hey, what else have they learned from that lessons from the first 2 matchups against ONG, against Crazy Raccoons, that they need to bring to the table here for Yggdrasil's Path Convoy?
Yeah, Yggdrasil was also a very popular map choice for many of these teams back in stage 1. Obviously, now it has changed quite a bit. I think Midtown definitely has overtaken Yggdrasil in terms of map popularity, but Yggdrasil Path is still a very comfortable map for many of these teams, especially when you're playing on the defensive side. You have a lot of options. I know most teams really like to pilot the triple Vanguard, triple strategist compositions when it comes to on the defense for Convoy, but here on Yggdrasil, there is a little bit of wiggle room. There is a little bit of a adaptation you can do. Maybe take to this guys with the Human Torch, with the Ultron, a solid combo that we have been seeing so far in stage 2. But then again, we have yet to see what the choice of composition comes in, as Assemble Fire and U-Winx going at it again, locking horns yet again here in map number 2. And both teams, again, looking for that all-elusive first win.
Yeah, I think about the picks and bans that occurred back in, that first map, and U-Winx went with a quadruple strategist ban against Assemble Fire, which really kind of shoehorned Behemoth and Beanie into effectively just a Luna Snow plus Invisible. Invisible Woman with the Invisible Boundary and the Fate of both worlds. Both, yes, powerful strategist ults that can support, but it also kind of locks the play into a certain field. And when you have flyers like my mate Nate, who wants to take to the skies and provide just more support, it doesn't necessarily support the kind of pseudo dive mentality that Mafia and my mate Nate want to press around the flanks.
Yeah, and speaking of flanks, it is also convoy. Again, more surface area means more options to work with when you want that backline access. So we'll see if 0-1 does opt to pilot the Blade again, like we saw in map number 1. Obviously, we did talk about how on paper, Blade does look like a strong response, especially with so much healing, so much strategists being so impactful in the game, but keep in mind, the anti-heal only blocks additional healing. It doesn't block any additional bonus HP gained.
Yeah, a quick change from the picks and bans here. U-Wings going ahead to ban out Captain America pretty a bit early. No, actually for the first time as opposed to map number 1. They liked what Mafia was trying to emulate the likes of Yutsu, but at least cause enough of a nuisance for U-Wings to make it a bit more destructive. So hey, want to just take that out.
Yeah, I know. If this torch comes in, which might get switched out, both of these picks. Oh, even the Phoenix also a very solid pick here for U-Wings. Phoenix, a very, very popular duelist for many of these teams, and it's just, in the sense, a better version of Hela, providing so much AoE, so much of that hit scan potential, and not to mention you can also play a lot of different playstyles when you pilot a Phoenix. You can play front and back what the hero was intended to be. You can also go right in your face, just go full melee, just start using your hands and just throw at them, or you can just go for that backline access potential too. You've got so many different ways you could play this hero, and it's kind of surprising coming into the Stage 2 tournament.
Yeah, but see, the chess move here from Assemble Fire is to ban out Magneto, right? I mean, we've seen the combo wombos between the Meteor M plus the Ensong Inferno, just firstly, the latter being able to strip away any additional health and shields, and then the Meteor M, the Meatball of Death, just comes in and swoops you right off your feet. It's a great counterplay from the side of Assemble Fire, and plus the fact that they locked in a Cloak and Dagger for themselves, that without a Meteor M in the sky just gives that Eternal Bond a bit more sustainability, a bit more life duration, that is, to support and provide the aggression onto U-Wing. So let's see if these changes from Assemble Fire are able to bring the heat.
Yep, Assemble Fire rocking a triple Vanguard, a 3-1-2 setup for Assemble Fire. My mate Nate being the only duelist here as Assemble Fire look to open things up on the defensive side. The Moon Knight being the choice here, as 0-1 is able to support things with a potential multi-man Strangling Prison into a hand-up Kanju Wombo combo, which we see is a very, very easy combo to pull off.
Yuri taking to the skies is the torch, wanting to apply some backline pressure, and is doing so, right? Just trying to cut things off from supporting this frontline Vanguard, when the walls will do just that, but manages to get away with the night. Oh, not long enough though. Kingdom will drop with these flames, and now the backline is being pushed from Assemble Fire. They're losing ground, especially Mafia out of the way. No Vanguards from the side of Assemble Fire. 0-1, the final Vanguard, just takes the word right out from my mouth. U-Wings are pressing like nobody's business and taking control of this first point.
Assemble Fire just look out of it right now. Mafia does switch over to the Doctor Strange, but he staggers from U-Wings. Might be too much for Assemble Fire to handle, as the portal does come in online. Everyone joining into the fray. A good ultimate coming in from Behemoth to try to keep the team alive, but Kingdom was nowhere near that Fate of Both Worlds.
Shields up!
I mean, that was impossible. I didn't even see where Kingdom was, but regardless, will be sent back. Now, a trade of Credit's ultimates in the back line, kind of just making work. Etonabon will fire off Freedom Charge on U-Wings, trying to break themselves back into this. It's the Supernova just waiting for the prime opportunity to crash themselves off, especially with my main Nate out of action. It's just a slam dunk from the flame onto the side of Assemble Fire, breaking open this defense.
Oh my gosh, U-Winks. They figured out what they did. They figured out what went wrong in their last matchup against XOXO1, and here they are just going in, guns blazing. Assemble Fire, zero room to work with, zero chance of a winning fight, as Yutsu was able to just zone everyone away. The hero of map number 1 with those Karmic Revivals. But now piloting the torch is just quite literally torching everyone of Assemble Fire, as everyone coming in from Assemble Fire finally off the back of a multi-man strangling prism of 0-1, but the response from U-Wings is perfect.
That's 3! One after another.
I honestly thought 0-1 had it, right? The great strangling prison catches a few, but actually just sustaining with the fate of both worlds, plus the backline dive from Akame, and the stagger onto my mate Nate is the cherry on top of that proverbial muffin, tugging this cart along, looking so close to that second point, even wanted to stagger out this top side advantage, so they'll have to come into the choke, and that's precisely what they do. Legends in the sky trying to apply some pressure, but this sonic seduction coming to hold back the recesses of Assemble Fire.
Every time Assemble Fire look for something, the stun is good still, somehow. Stun's up 4, but they only find Fuyukon. Assemble Fire, they get shoved away from what seemingly could have been a disastrous fight that could have gone into Assemble Fire's favor, but the stun was nullified by Fuyukon with the shove, and now U-Wings now starting to falter a little bit, but Kingdom just being that little nuisance switches over to the Iron Fist, and it looks like U-Wings are going to finally get stunted by the push from Assemble Fire. Kingdom.
Yeah, don't overextend there, Kingdom. You don't want to get picked off a little too early. You've got that Living Chi online, which is going to be kind of crucial, given that, you know, perhaps you can combo-wombo with that Strangling Prison, but not much else you have. You got to be worried about your backline, because the Kame's lurking around somewhere with the Dance of the Butterflies has been noted in that front line, so all eyes are straight ahead. Mafia gets pushed back with a huge shove, but there we go. The Dance of the Butterflies, too much action, little more focus. There is, right at that tail end. Beatty gets caught off guard. The trade onto Yuri is perfect for Behemoth. Now Supernova to continue the sustainment. Backline now harassed. Behemoth gets traded out.
Yeah, so much damage, so much firepower on the side of U-Wings. And they go back to their winning ways as Assemble Fire are reeling back to spawn. It gets caught a little bit. But either way.
Can't find any success with a bit of a sneak play around the back. Maybe wanted to stall that cart, but that cart will hit that second point with the audio chorus coming through. They're not even resting on their laurels. U-Wings just pressing the issue. 4 members up front, so far forward. It's a maniacal aggression from the attackers here.
And they're looking like hounds. You're just hunting down, trying to maim what is left of Assemble Fire. But Assemble Fire, they have a lot of ultimates to work with. But Mafia gets lasered down by Neil. But is there any response, though? There's a good Strangling Prison, but it's immediately neutralized by the invisible boundary by Fuyukon. And now, what is the response from U-Wings? Dance is available as everyone on U-Wings using their ultimates, using their supportive ultimates to keep themselves alive. Nate trying to find respite with the health pack, but Akama just gets rid of it immediately.
And now it's just a focus down on to Kingdom. Assemble Fire being caught in individual fights. No one's really playing together. Both Vanguards at those final moments will be a little staggered out. And now the high ground in well control of Captain America. Look how forward they want. Just wanting to aura farm a little bit, get their ultimate percentage points just a little bit more boosted. Even triggering the cooldown of this health pack. Every single advantage counts.
Right now, this is their chance. This is their only timing as 0-1 trying to block the line of sight from this Emma Frost. And 0-1 is able to finish off Neil. A good timing for Assemble Fire to come back into the fight, get some sort of defense going as Mafia does get one knockout. Beatty will follow up with another as Assemble Fire finally looking to hold yet again. But they have so much more work to do. 1 minute and a half left on the timer.
Yeah, their best case scenario here is just to prevent a third point from UX, who are looking so solid at the moment. They're kind of regrouping, making sure they can just get a little long range poke damage, trying to get their, Nova's online. They find a weakness. On to Behemoth we go.
My goodness, the Eye of Agamotto though. But oh my goodness, Yutsu, the hero from map 1, wants to become the main character here in map number 2 as Assemble Fire. Blink and you miss it. Just burn away from existence as the rest of Assemble Fire trying to find a way to get some sort of fire going, but it's immediately going to be extinguished from the likes of UX with the Freedom Charge, and there's no response, no ultimates, no chance for Assemble Fire to come back. UX looking to secure point 3 in commanding fashion.
In a commanding fashion. 26 seconds left on that counter. Got a little dicey perhaps around that second leg, but from the most part, U-Wings solidly in command of both the momentum as well as the rate and pace of their ultimate burns.
Oh my goodness, U-Wings with the Supernova. I didn't expect him to just go absolutely ballistic with that Supernova. Usually the Supernova is just used as a zoning tool, sometimes used as some extra firepower, some extra damage, but I have no idea what even happened. And Yutsu kind of just torched everyone out of the fight. And this guy has been absolutely on fire right now in this entire series.
You saw that Behemoth was, low health. You come in with a nice torch, and then you pop your Supernova because there's no Fate of Both Worlds for long-term sustain. With the Luna Snow out of action, it was a brilliant choice. We think about these micro plays coming in from individuals from U-Wings, choosing the right times, making sure, hey, who on the other team can counter what I'm about to do? Let's wait for them to be sent back to the spawn, then we take the dub, take the team fight for ourselves.
Guess I'll set my flames to bake instead of broil.
Whew. Assemble Fire. Can you match the fire of U-Wings right now? They really need to assemble together, find a weakness here on U-Wings. But so far it's looking very unlikely. But for now, Assemble Fire, it's their turn to go for the push as they do make their way forward. U-Wings respecting the space for the time being, but a great hook into the knockback from Nate will kick things off as he's able to find another knockout as 3 go down off the rip. Akama gets caught with his pants down, it seems, as Yuri kind of just sprints his way out of there.
Okay, great start from Assemble Fire. This is one of many things that has to go right for them. They have to force an overtime, they have to win in overtime, they have to force a map 3, and then they have to win map 3. That's one of like 5 steps. We keep going. 0-1 wanting to take and press the action against U-Wings pretty early on, not opting to work a Doctor Strange portal just yet. Maybe saving it for later as they explode back onto this card.
This is a prime spot for U-Wings, but Assemble Fire are looking to push on through. They take control of the choke point. They take control of this first site, and it looks like they will be able to secure the point.
Wow. I like the adjustments in the gameplay, right? Assemble Fire running the double shields and very good counters with 0-1's group walls to isolate the fights and, get Yutsu, who has been so much of the carry, out of the sky so very fast. And there's not much coordination happening with the backline Psylocke, so I'm just gonna switch over to the Phoenix 0-1. Okay, gets bubbled by the Magneto from Mafia just to be able to back out with the rest of their team.
Yeah, 0-1 there. You saw it for a split second, pinning away and isolating Neil from the rest of the team for just a little bit. It could have been an opening fight, but oh my god! The strangling prison from 0-1, it catches 4, and they all go down all together, grouped up. You might even mistake it as a sleepover because they're all just laying down right next to each other.
I mean, holy, the ultimate usage is pristine from Assemble Fire. They are looking to really force. They're looking good right now. Zero-One's gonna be taking the early fight, the isolation onto Neil. Did arrive, but right now my main Nate coming in with the Kraken.
Oh no!
Back again and again. The 3K. Can we find more? The shots onto Akame as well. We'll seal the deal.
Here we go, Nate. That's what we want to see. Assemble Fire. We had some doubts. We thought they were out. We thought they were done for in this series, in this tournament. But Assemble Fire, they still have something left in them. Close quarter combat is what Nate shines with that Kraken impact. Finds 3. And now Assemble Fire chugging on through. They have so much room to work with. 5 minutes on that timer.
Yuving's doubling down on the pseudo dive. Neil now on the Hulk. And Akame on the Bucky to maybe match the prowess that my main Nate is bringing as we erupt in a bit of a scattered fight, wanting to just build the ultimate, or since got the Fate of Both Worlds online as a counter perhaps against Akame's with the ultimates themselves, but huge start from Doctor Strange onto Kingdom.
Oh my goodness, so many particles coming in. This dunk might be huge here. He's able to find Axelio. That's one strategist away from the fight, out of it. And he did save the Fate of Both Worlds. And it might be Ewings looking to regroup. They need to stop themselves from getting staggered here. As another Strangler Prison from 0-1 on multiple members. But 2 go down. Will there be more on Ewings? Ewings, they need to keep themselves alive. Axelio doesn't even use the Fate of Both Worlds. Is that going to toss them here?
It's just a last-ditch effort from Ewings. They're kind of staggered, especially because Puny Banner comes out and will be sent back into the Gulag now. The rest of Ewings trying to make their way in, forcing out the Fate of Both Worlds. They might be reprieve here, but already with the movement out of action. 2 is a lot to have to bear.
Yeah, good stun onto 2, but Yuri not able to find the other strategist just yet. Beatty is dangerously low right now. Needs to find a way to keep himself sustained, keep himself alive. But Assemble Fire looking good right now. They're able to just wipe out what is left of Ewings. And we go to OT for the first time in Stage 2.
Oh my gosh, Yggdrasil's path. It has to be the OT, and it has to be Assemble Fire with their backs absolutely against the wall, right? I talked about the roadmap for themselves, what they need to do to prevent a certain elimination from playoffs. They have to force an overtime. That was step 1, and they did exactly that with 3+ minutes on the clock.
Commanding push coming in from Assemble Fire. There's a reason why they did pick this map after a loss in map number 1. And now Ewings now seemingly on the back foot here as they have only a whole minute to make something happen here in this overtime push. Whereas Assemble Fire, they've got 4 times the amount of time.
In 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yeah, that's a lot of flexibility, but hey, sometimes it might be a double-edged sword. You think, hey, 4 minutes, no, we're chilling. No, you have to press every single advantage. You cannot be relaxed, especially because this is only step 2 of your 4-part plan, right? You have to win overtime, then you have to go to a map 3 and win there to get your first dub and keep your hopes of playoffs alive. 4 seconds separates us into the overtime map as Ewings will explode into the open air here, running what looks like a double, a standard composition just to be able to take this open space. Assemble Fire don't want to push the advantage too much though.
Yeah, they need to go fast, right? Ewings, they only have 40 seconds. It's going to get to a point very, very soon where they need to stay on the site. They cannot move. And that's going to allow Assemble Fire to just take advantage of the limited space that Ewings are only able to be confined in. They cannot move away from that point once that timer reaches that overtime meter. So Ewings, they need to get as much ground as possible, and finding that pick on the 0-1 is that step 1.
The starts there, and already Assemble Fire are firing back. It's the online gets pushed away. I don't know.
Wait, but the stun is so good, though.
In order. It's a slash and the dash. It's a Kame finding pick after pick. They're pressing their issue onto Beanie, onto Behemoth, and suddenly overtime trigger. But they're chugging along this card. It doesn't look like a Summer Fire will pull a Desperation Teleport. They rather give it to them and reassemble for leg 2.
They have a chance, but it looks like they're just gonna concede at the point for now. Bainey so close to saving the team from a multi-man stun, but Yuri was just barely able to get the stun down and is able to secure the point, as they're going to have to keep on moving. They cannot stop, they cannot move from the point, and this is a great look for Ewings. So many ultimates, so much value, as they just get torched out yet again. It's a full team wipe here.
Yeah, that first leg as well was a near team wipe. It is just everyone trying to group together and make plays, but that's where the Sparks and the Phoenix and Song Inferno can really shine. You take advantage of the grouping that Assemble Fire are bringing. They'll have to take the high ground, which is precisely what they do to make their way into it. Kingdoms are opting for the Mega Hurricane.
This time Assemble Fire, they have resources here to defend. And here comes the Meteor M. Doesn't quite land the mark, but Akama standing up on the high ground, trying to scout what targets he can look for, as the last stand from U2, is able to find one, and then every one of Ewings follows suit. A great push, but that overtime meter, they cannot move, they cannot stray away from the site. And so far, Assemble Fire, they weren't able to take control, take advantage of the limited space that Ewings are only able to provide. They only need one person on the site, and every one of Ewings looking to push the advantage.
They are indeed. I mean, Wolverine's right up there trying to slash and dash, get this group as low as possible, and it's Wolvie taking out 0-1 very early on. That's a crack in the defenses for Assemble Fire, who opt to have to fall back a little bit. And giving all this map space is not wise, right? You already see U2 already perched up, wanting to see who will fall into the leader.
Great shot.
Doesn't quite find it, but it's going to be Doctor Strange with a follow-up onto Mindmate Nate.
Great pull coming in by Fuyukan. Able to find the pick onto Nate. And now this is looking scary for Assemble Fire. You need to stop the push if you don't want to put yourself at a really, really big disadvantage, as U2 slashing his way forward, doesn't quite land the kidnap. The silent seduction also going to zone everyone of Assemble Fire back. 3 go down, and it looks all but likely of a 6-point for Ewings. They just need to go for a little bit more. They find Kingdom, the stagger is there, but Nate will find one, but is it enough, as he's able to jump hurdle over U2, and Nate just going for a desperation pick, isn't able to find it. No one home on Assemble Fire, and Ewings push us the distance. They find all 6, and what does Assemble Fire do here?
Dad, I cannot believe what I'm watching. If I were sitting down, I would be on the edge of my seat, but I'm standing, so edge of my toes, I suppose. I mean, the way Ewings played even more phenomenally on their overtime attack half, right? I mean, they did pretty good during the regulation, but hey, they just pressed the issue, getting team wipe after team wipe, and then once 0-1 on that third lane was picked out by Wolverine, which was, I think, Yutsu. It was just crumbled for Assemble Fire.
Saving grace here for Assemble Fire is they have 4 minutes to work with. So
true.
What Ewings did, Assemble Fire need to match. And
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's just a big question mark. How, if Assemble Fire do make it all the distance, we go to 6-6.
We practically met. I'm sorry.
What would happen in that scenario?
That's all that matters.
You know what? Great question. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Dad. I mean, are you not entertained, chat? Does Asia not entertain the masses right now? We're bringing on a show. Assemble Fire has to do it all. Again, force that process to keep their hopes alive here in the playoffs. And it starts to be the attack side. Some early on damage from Akame just to be able to build that 12%, 16% in Ensong Inferno ult as a replica of the first half. They're giving around this first corner for themselves.
I'm sure the producers can confirm what would happen if Assemble Fire bring us to a 6-6 scoreline. But that's exactly what the Symbol Fire need to do. If they don't do it, they are out. Essentially, it's going to be mathematically impossible for them to make playoffs here in Stage 2. So it's either create a draw on this map, or it's bust. And so far, the opening pick is great here as, oh my gosh, welcome to Wolverine Airlines. It's Yutsu, the captain, speaking, as he's able to wipe out Mafia.
The airtime on that was phenomenal. Now Symbol Fire will kick things off with an eternal bond of their own. They want to hold this corner for themselves. The flashing dice from the Wolverines a little bit liquidated. Oh, struggling with it, but we'll find my main nade right at that tail end.
Symbol Fire are slowly but surely falling away as the timer bleeds more yet again. A Symbol Fire needs to get it together, needs to find a way back in. 0-1 does have the silence seduction, but when does he pull the trigger? Everyone of Symbol Fire starting to respawn now. Great stun onto the enemy Vanguard of Yuri, and he's out of the fight.
Might be the triggering point, right? With Clark, we have the Omega Hurricane in the back line. You save the Sonic Seduction for another fight. Now, we see, I think Yuri on the Doctor Strange, the Desperation Portal. They want to bleed the timer more. They have to. It's 2+ minutes for a Symbol Fire. They have all the lucky in the world to keep going. It's going to be a last minute Desperation. 3 minutes on the clock. And now comes out with the Fate of Both Worlds.
The Ewings want to end this right here, right now, as the Silence Seduction and Mafia with the dunk finds the enemy. Luna Snow shuts down the Fate of Both Worlds yet again, and now Mafia needs to keep on going forward. The stun from the Eye of Agamotto not quite landing the mark, but is it even necessary as Ewings will fall one by one, and the Symbol Fire will at least take the 4th point.
Okay, that Desperation Portal bled, what, 45 seconds from the clock, still a minute 30 before overtime is triggered. And honestly, at this point in time, it doesn't matter too much, right? You want to have 2, possibly 3 players from a Symbol Fire on the card just to be able to push it as fast as possible. They need to gain the space. They don't want to let down on their lords, and that's precisely where they are position-wise. They're pushing up with both Vanguards, taking the front side and wanting to make an aggressive play against Ewings.
Check on the ultimates available on both sides. The dance, if it's used now, would be absolutely perfect, and Yutsu agrees with my suspicions, but Ewings find 3, and only 2 go in favor of Ewings. Or, 2 in favor of a Symbol Fire, as a Symbol Fire falling away, but they do have 45 seconds to work with. They do have a portal to work with as well, but will a Symbol Fire use that now, or will they just walk over? It looks like the option will be the latter, and they will just take their march back to the point, but Akama is the one in their way. Omega Hurricane, though, going to be used. There is no response available for this Cyclone that is of Kingdom, but he will get picked away, will get traded out, but is it too little too late? Only 3 members alive on Ewings to try to defend the push that is coming in from a Symbol Fire, as the timer will hit 0. Overtime will start, and now it's getting dire for a Symbol Fire. They need to find the 2 points. They need to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Can they do it?
Oh, it's so much pressure right now for them to have to go the absolute distance. It's the setup, the AC-130 from my main A trying to barrel down the shields of Doctor Strange, but it's the madness coming out, finding Kingdom in the midst of it all. Now it's just gonna be Sony Ultimate coming online, the Punisher with the final judgment negated by so much. This Almanac gets immediately targeted by the Meteor M. Doctor Strange finding so much value in the midst of it all. And 2 for 2, right at that tail end. Ewings firing on all cylinders. No, the overtime is bleeding out. A Symbol Fire has no response. There is no teleport from Kingdom. And it's 4-6. The scoreline goes to Ewings.
What a series we have witnessed here. It was a 2-0 in favor of Ewings, but oh my god, how close could it have gone? We go the distance. We went all the way, all the rounds in map number 2. But it's in the end, it's all Ewings as they look to secure a 2-0. And this might be the end of the run for a Symbol Fire here in this tournament.
Indeed. And if you're Ewings, You gotta be so happy with that. A hard-earned dub, the first one that they've gotten here in the group stages. After a bit of a struggle, going the distance, all 3 points on domination and forcing an overtime with an aggressive play from Assemble Fire on Convoy, Yggdrasil's path. It is just the train from U-Wings, non-stop, going the distance and able to put a falter to the aggression from Assemble Fire.
Assemble Fire, I really thought Assemble Fire would have a fighting chance in this map, especially with how dominant their push was. They had 4 minutes to work with, but U-Wings were able to go even farther with a quarter of what was available for themselves, and that is just absolutely insane coming in from U-Wings with only 1 minute on the clock, and then most of that push being on overtime. They went all the way. They went to 6, and Assemble Fire just weren't able to match what U-Wings did.
Yeah, that scoreline, the scoreboard says it all. That these are numbers that we've not seen thus far because this is the first overtime we've triggered. 67 to Yutsu in terms of eliminations, 25 final hits, but that's not even matched by Akame. 35 final hits, not as many limbs, which just means Akame was able to take all these frags for themselves and secure eliminations, put them to bed quickly.
Absolute insanity, though, overall from this entire map. Looking at the highlights, there were just so many moments from both sides. They had their moments. Yutsu with a multi-man supernova somehow out of nowhere just wiping out 4, and then you had Nate on the flip side just getting into a close quarter situation and just gets a multi-man Kraken impact. So many highlight plays, so many big moments from both of these teams, but in the end it was U-Wings coming out on top from all the plays, from all the action. And this is quite literally peak Marvel Rivals, and Marvel Rivals at its absolute finest.
It really is. And I think it really started with the picks and bans, like U-Wings kind of read the strat book a little bit, went with, 4 strategist bans right off the rip. Now on that second map, choosing to also strip Mafia away of that Captain America that was basically probably the thorniest thorn on their side on domination, and with that removed out of the way, without the side flanks coming out from the side of Assemble Fire, it just meant U-Wings could focus their fire straight ahead, not get too worried about any flanks. And you could tell, Assemble Fire didn't really have an answer without their Captain America. They had to run double shields, and that could have been their demise.
Yeah, that's really the issue, right? Without the Captain America, you have one less safety net to work with, and in a way, it did cost them a little bit. It did start to cause a little bit of a rift in terms of what they wanted to do. They could have gone one option, could have gone a different option, but in the end, with that Captain America off the table, it's just very, very difficult to work with, especially since you don't have a pseudo third strategist ultimate to rely on.
Yeah, and who can forget also, Yutsu just obviously wrecking so much on that Convoy map, but, just cast your memory a little bit back onto the domination match and, rocking the Adam Warlock time and tide and having so much value with those karmic revivals, just being able to hide in the right corners at the right times, draining away the ultimate usage from Assemble Fire. Sure, take these eliminations, no problemo. I'm gonna bring that back. I'm gonna bring it with the Freedom Charge. I'm gonna bring it with the Fate of Both Worlds. That's how they keep the momentum alive in that first map. And then obviously clicking heads in the second was the name of the game here.
And we are getting word that we will be interviewing a player from the winning team here of Assemble Fire versus U-Wings. It is going to be a player from U-Wings. We will be joining them in a few moments as we are going to get a little bit of an insight. It will be none other than Neil of U-Wings. How are you today?
This is our first win, so I'm very happy. I'm really happy. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We kind of talked about that being the first win for U-Wings. So important here in Group B. In Group A, getting your leg up against Assemble Fire?
Yeah. I'm very happy.
Yeah, that's exactly how you feel. So how have you been getting ready after your last match against, what was it, EXO? Did you learn anything from your first game that helped you in today's game?
EXO is really good team, so I watched replay and learned too many focus. For they are very good team, so I want to win this game. So
I mean, yeah, precisely the point. You go against a great team like XOXO and you learn a little bit and you come up victorious against Assemble Fire. Terrific job, Neil. Last question before I let you go back to celebrate with the rest of your team. You know, next week, U-Wings will play against Incipients. Are you ready?
yeah, I know Inexperience has good player like Genofly and Doxlan, and they have great team up with Magic. But we beat them in MRC and Open Qualifier with Leo and Ryukan. So I believe we can win again. So they are a strong team enough, but I don't think we lose. So we will ready for next fight.
And I'm sure you guys are more than ready to go at it. Thank you, Neil, for joining us. Go celebrate with the team, and congratulations on your win today.
Yeah, thank you for watching. ありがとうございます. Japan Pen.
Check it out. Thank you so much, Neil. Oh my gosh, it's always a treat to be able to get into the heads and minds and hearts of these players. Neil from U-Wings rocking the Mantis on that first map and the Emma Frost on the second. I mean, so humble. I love a humble king.
Yeah, and that's the preparation you need to go, right? In this tournament, playing at the highest level, you need to figure out what went wrong. That's exactly what U-Wings have done. They've gone back into the tapes, watched what happened in their match against EXO, and we're just able to fix a little bit of their mistakes, some minor adjustments here and there, possibly. And in the end, that was all it took. And now U-Wings now staying alive here in this group.
Yep. And even past that, right? Not just looking at VOD reviews of your losses, against the wins against Incipients, whom they've met up before, have identified their strengths, and will be ready to meet them again next week during week 2 of the group stages. It is a story for the ages here between Assemble Fire and U-Wings. And unfortunately, Assemble Fire take another L. U-Wings get their first dub on the board here. It's going to be a beautiful moment as the team goes and celebrates. We're going to take a short break here between these two series. It's a fine time for a 15-minute pause while, chat, y'all can go get some nutrition, get some hydration, because we're gonna have Genji versus Rocket University right up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up in your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up in your mind. Hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Dictum, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil
You're not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you. Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven!
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you. Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it. You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! destroy you.
Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
You are not the only one without fear!
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven!
Straight to hell!
Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers!
Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall!
Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
You are not the only one without fear!
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven!
Straight to hell!
Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers!
Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall!
Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Guardian of the Eighth City, surrender to the hand of heaven!
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
You are not the only one without fear!
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven!
Straight to hell!
Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers!
Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall! Weaklings!
Overconfidence will destroy you.
Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
You are not the only one without fear!
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven!
Straight to hell!
Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers!
Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall!
Overconfidence will destroy you.
Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
You are not the only one without fear!
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven!
Straight to hell!
Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers!
Blessed blaze! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall! Weaklings!
Overconfidence will destroy you.
Guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
the only one without fear!
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, everyone, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2. We had a bit of an extended break, but nonetheless, we are so back for our third series here tonight. Gen G up against Rocket University here, kicking things off with our third best of three.
Indeed, it's the matchup coming from Group B, as some might call it the bracket of death. We've got a few Titans hold up, and one of them would be Gen G, second place from Stage 1 Asia region, willing to make adjustments even after a phenomenal performance with some players being rotated out of their roster. And going against Rocket University, the OQ, with a smattering of players from various countries and various teams.
Yeah, like you said, a bunch of different changes going around on both sides, really. Rocket bringing together talent from other teams, bringing them together through the open qualifiers and making it here into Stage 2. Some of them have been in this situation before, some new, some old. But whereas on the side of Gen G, they went through an overhaul of the roster themselves.
Yeah, we've got a couple of folks from the US and Canada, which is like, pulling players from the Citadel team. My apologies. Jeez, words are escaping me. And, they've punched their W key, at least their W ticket, in the Group B a couple of days ago against Down Payment, going 2-0. Rocket University sitting on a big goose egg in terms of those dubs. But hey, if Zen, Zero Tenacity are able to put up an upset against Reject, I wouldn't count out Rocket University just yet.
Yeah, there's a world where Rocket University do find an upset win against Gen G, but right now that upset needs to happen. Rocket are sitting at 0-2 right now, still looking for their first win here in Group B. And if they do come out in a loss here, it makes it very, very difficult to make it out of the group stage.
And of course, right off the rip, the Ultron being banned out from Rocket against Gen G. I mean, smart. We've seen Snake high in the sky, rocking the Ultron time and time again. And when that rage goes off, it's just healing and damage for all parties involved. And especially for domination, right? Where teams and players aren't necessarily spread out as much. You don't want the Ultron high in the sky as the supporting factor for Gen G. A smart ban from Rocket.
Yeah, and both sides also do pick up the Luna Snow. Rocket do opt to go for the Magneto, provide that extra pressure, especially with the limitations of the strategist pool at the moment. Picking a Cloak and Dagger would be a bit of a risk going in on the side of Gen G, but Rocket are also going to be denied the Ultron on both sides. Same as for the Captain America and the Mantis as well.
Yeah, but take note that, Rocket hasn't been banned out a Loki. So I apologize. They were banned out a Loki. Gen G have the option to pick that up for themselves, and that'll be kind of crucial. We talk about the long-term sustainment, and Hoodie's already hovering on it, and that might be premonition right there.
Yep. Loki's still a very strong pickup here. Keep in mind, it is still the more busted version of Loki, the stronger version, since we are still on that 3.5 patch. 4.0 will start next week, but for now, it will be the more stronger version of Loki.
Okay. As we, team up, so far it's gonna be a bit of a battle. I'm looking at the likes of False as well as Monster to really take to the front lines, just trying to dispel as much as possible. We've got Snake, Brownie hovering around the edges. That's the right move here to be able to try to snipe some of the Rocket folks out of the way. And they've got a bit of play themselves. NRX on the Phoenix, that's a powerful start to begin with. We know that the Phoenix itself, especially around the close-quartered map like KCOA, is able to really explode around sparks, and that's where you get the explosions. And with the fact that they have secured themselves Magneto, that we've seen that combo wombo, it is explosive.
Yeah, but here on the side of, I believe, Rocket or was it? Yeah, Rocket University, they're not going to have access to that. Is it Rocket University? I'm not entirely sure, but there may be some.
I think Rocket has the Magneto, yes.
Yes, Rocket does have the Magneto, so yeah, like you said, they do have the option to go for that wombo combo with the Inferno and the Meteor as well. So we're gonna have to keep our eyes open for those kinds of plays if they want to come out in a significant lead in this map number 1. But for now, Gen G still are the team to beat right now. Even though they went through an overhaul of a roster themselves, they still have a very, very strong lineup as of right now.
Oh, 100%, right? And so it'll have to be the likes of NRX and Winsger who really have to try to tackle the backline of Gen G. I think that's the really foundational aspect of the Korean team. You know, when you have the likes of Hoodie as well as Snake just holding on that backline fort, you know, it's just superb. And the Loki is going to be very powerful here. If you can tag up both, I believe they've already picked that Luna Snow right off the rip when the gates dropped. That's just 24 seconds of near invulnerability. Yes, we do have the counter from Rocket, perhaps trying to isolate the Luna Snow Fate of both worlds with both a Meteor M plus an Ensong Inferno, but that's 2 ultimates for the price of 1. And then the Loki can just sweep right in. God of Mischief does it again, going for round 2. That's so much sustain.
Yeah, but we do want to talk about Rocket's potential as well. But on the side of Gen G, again, like you said, 24 seconds of near invulnerability is going to be crucial when it comes to these domination fights. You've even got Monster, I believe, on the Venom as well, a pick that we don't see very often here in the Asian region, but I know there in other regions it's a decent pickup here, especially with that disruption when you dive right in, and probably your next best option when it comes to dives with that Captain America being banned from both sides as well.
Yeah, you know, Gen G running that kind of pseudo dive, kind of fluid movement of the team, being able to keep their survivability intact even in the backline is going to be important. And Rocket University, I feel like they do have a few things that they can pair up against, right? Just not too long ago on their Midtown map number 2, we saw them explode out of the barriers as a 6th form, right up the ramp into the high ground, and that's trying to take the opponents by surprise. And I want to see a bit more of that movement as a 6 stack together. That's when you can really zone in on your flanks, on your flankers, take those out, and then focus your fight forward once again.
Yeah, and especially on the map of KCOA, you've got so many portals to work with. You got a lot of different ways these dives style heroes can find different angles, find different ways to get in. Both teams are piloting the Psylocke, so we're gonna have to keep our eyes open for where they are positioned, where they're standing, see if they are able to find that crucial pick onto a key strategist denying key abilities. So there's a lot going on that we're gonna go in very, very soon, hopefully.
Yeah, indeed. And you know, while we have chat basically holding y'all hostage with me and Dan right now, you know, I don't think we had the time during the pre-show to kind of talk about what this really means for Rocket University. They're right now basically towards the bottom of this Group B scoreboard with 2 losses to their name. And if they lose out against Gen G, I feel like it may be mathematically impossible for them to come back strong next week for their chances to make it into playoffs. So just like some of the other series that we've seen today, it is a big hit it or miss it moment for Rocket University. They have to put in their all.
Yeah, they have to all in here, or else it might be Rocket University just bombing out here in the group stage. But then again, in this kind of scenario, anything can happen. We saw one upset so far, but we have yet to see another one come into fruition. And who knows, maybe Rocket have what it takes to take down this Titan of Gen G, who are also the runner-ups from stage 1.
Yeah, and if Gen G win this, obviously, you know, chats, I've been watching chat for the last 5 minutes. Very excited about Gen G themselves, a big name staple here in the Asia region. If they're able to get that dub, it'll be putting themselves right up with Zero Tenacity, putting a bit of a lead against Rejects, who had bested them in the past. So obviously they do want the advantage here in the Group of Death. It's going to be super important for them to solidify themselves. Every point counts. Group B is as tight as it gets.
Yeah, right now, a lot of teams already having 1 point to their name. if I remember correctly, I think it's just Rocket University at the moment who still have yet to look for a point, a win to their name, but everyone else still having that win so far. Can they get it here? Or will they need to go absolutely crazy if they want to keep themselves alive in this tournament? Only time will tell, as Gen G and Rocket University finally will be locking heads.
Yep, Winsker will have to back off. You see them being the early scout. Now grouped up with the rest of the team. We talk about Rocket having interesting movements around, taking this back high ground, wanting to split and isolate some of the low-key clones, but Snake hiding like a snake in the grass, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Genji will take the point and we'll start things off onto that backline. Monster, the Venom coming out strong. A trade from Winsker onto Snake. No more hiding in the grass. Brownie out of action. Rocket are firing on all cylinders, finding amongst onto Genji.
Yeah, great picks coming in from both sides, honestly. Trades going in left and right, but in the end, it is Gen G that win out as they are able to take control. Already at 20% false, we'll find a pick onto Slugs. Monster also diving right in, trying to provide that extra disruption, but Rocket don't quite necessarily find the ground that they want as Monster being that nuisance still, as he's able to find NRX. Might be able to find more, but the Eternal Bond will keep them at bay as a great stun comes in onto Monster, but has the extra health bar to get himself back up and going, but Rocket looking to take control.
Take control. It's 51% to Genji, and they still only just managed to get it away from Genji's fingers. It took everything. The survivability of False and Monster as the Vanguard was phenomenal to buy time, wait for the respawns from Genji's backline to come in, and even then it took, so much out of Rocket to force the point out of the grips of Genji.
Still pretty even in terms of trades overall, but Rocket do win out obviously by taking control of the site. But look at the check up on the ultimates. 5 ultimates are about to be online on the side of Gen G. Rocket only are working with 3, but Slux and Secret are close, but Snake does open things up in this fight. Supernova will be popped by Brownie, but Snake in the background doing so much work as Brownie stacks another knockout for the team. Gen G to complete the retake.
Surgical, just maniacal from Gen G. Snake coming in huge with a nice 2k. And look at the movement tech right at the end of Brownie just hiding beneath that jump pad just to be able to focus down Sang-Shin, who had the seduction out. No seduction here for the Human Torch. As Rocket prepare their re-advancements here on the point, they'll have to make it quick because Genji's already 3/4 of the way, looking to take the teleport for a bit of back-end action.
This might be risk. This might be difficult for Rocket to win this fight. Gen G, they didn't commit too much on the ultimates, and they were still able to wipe out what was left of Rocket. But here we go. Secret has to use the Fatal Flow to neutralize what is the dance of the butterfly, as Winsker will find Hoodie in the background. Winsker also threatening with the dance of the butterfly on their end in favor of Rocket University, but everyone's letting their ultimates fly as False is able to melee down 2. Brownie dives in, finds Sang-Shin. Can he find more? But it looks like Gen G are looking to take over this first round.
That overtime burns through. Rocket are shut out. I mean, it just was so labored to even steal back that first point, and it can't do it a second time. Gen G remain very strong here at Cradle, so we'll have to look at eyes onto Carousel to see if Rocket University can figure a way back into this domination map.
Yeah, the amount of discipline coming in from Gen G, able to win out these fights without relying on the ultimates. That was probably the deciding factor in these fights. Rocket did commit a few ultimates in some of these fights, but they still lost out on the skirmishes. And Gen G, knowing that they're just the better team right now, just don't rely on ultimates, rely on the pure firepower that this team is providing, and that might be the difference here as we head into the second round. Gen G looking to just make a statement here in this first map.
Yeah, Hoodie, I don't think even they popped the God of Mischief. Was taken out at that tail end of the team fight on point 1. Not even required. Gen G, no sweat. as they look to solidify their lead here. Not if Rocket has anything to say about that. Not a lot of ultimates to their name. Does have the invisible boundary onto Fish. We'll see how useful it is for them to crack open to the site. It's gonna be both Psylocks just dancing around. Now he's gonna have to force themselves back out because Brownie is just applying a bit more pressure from the top side. Now coming in from a bit of dash movement. Woody's gonna be locked out with this wall, but still able to find the likes of Secret plus NRX. It is a dismantling. The invisible boundary comes up from Fish, but I don't know if it's too little too late by now.
It might just be as Rocket are getting picked off left and right. And Genji looking to take control as Rocket can find a way back as these ultimates are nowhere near close. Sangshin does have his ultimate coming up soon with the Strangling Prison. But on the side of Genji, you've got Hoodie still holding on to the God of Mischief. Felix is now close to the Fate of Both Worlds. Brownie and Snake also threatening with theirs as well.
I'm thinking like, yes, they have, you know, the Strangling Prison, but how do you pair that up to make it impactful? Yes, you can grab everyone in. They're not stunned necessarily. And there's not much else that they can really work it. Rocket just playing a bit all over the place, trying to weave and whistle their way onto the side. Now Snake will hop onto the back line with a dance of the butterfly. Doesn't find too much value though, so invisibility they go, looking for support and get Husk out of the way.
Wait, Strangling Prison is able to find Monster. Brownie will go down in the hands of Wins here as Sangshin able to find himself a quick double, might even make it a triple, but the rest of Rocket will take control. And again, at around 40-50%, Rocket finally do clap back.
Okay, not too shabby, able to at least stall the progress of Genji just a little bit. They're happy to give it away. They have multiple ultimates that they could make their way in. The Abyss probably going to start things off, and when you couple that with a Supernova, that's going to be humongous in terms of the damage application from Genji. He's just going to try to stop that with a side hustle around this.
Oh, 1v1.
Dance of these two. Oh, it got close, but now it's starting to Supernova from the backside. They're being picked on all up front.
Yeah, the domino effect of ultimates coming online, ready to go. Fish is getting it on. Supernova down. Here comes the beast. Will it provide value? It does! Denies the Fate of Both Worlds, and Monster denies any sort of life coming out of Rocket.
Oh my gosh, the ultimate efficiency from Genji is phenomenal. They're still holding on to Hoodie's God of Mischief as well as the False's... Sorry, my apologies. False's Anima Frost ultimate, and it's just phenomenal in terms of just waiting things out, able to take pace and control of their ultimates. Rocket grouped up, they sense weakness if they're spread out, so grouping together is the name of the game here if you want any action back on this side.
Control yet again. Snake rolls openings up with a opening on the Secret, who doesn't have the Fate of Both Worlds, but still is a necessary pick nonetheless. But Genji, they had their own Fate of Both Worlds thanks to Hoodie, who finally uses the God of Mischief. But Monster able to shred down Sangshin. Snake will do the same to Fish. Will find another onto his own doppelganger, and Genji looking to take map number 1 in 7 seconds time.
I mean, the group up didn't quite work either, right? Snake had popped the... They're out
Can he make it off the side?
So able to find Secret at the end of it. The teleport comes in as a Hail Mary from Rocket, but with one of the strategists out, Slugs as well. It's just Vanguards falling left and right. NRX can stand no longer. And the Psionic Seduction forcing out Fish nowhere in sight. It's gonna be that first point easy for Genji.
That looked to be one of the more dominant map ones we have seen. Rocket did show some resistance. They did show that they are able to take some of these fights, but in the end, the amount of discipline, the amount of resource management on the side of Genji was just enough for them to take control, take over map number 1 and put Rocket on the back foot.
Yeah, and it was a bit labored, right, for Rocket University. They struggled to find cohesive entries into it. Even on that first point, right? You call back in terms of them being able to find all these early picks individually, but still weren't able to take down the vanguards. I mean, the sustain and the body positioning from the side of Monster and False was phenomenal to just drag the fights long enough for reinforcements to swoop in and help them out.
What a play! What a game for Gen G, especially on Monster, right? With the Beast denying somehow the fate of both worlds, and is just able to just shred down everyone else, and that is just something great to see. As well as False also having his moments of brilliance as well. The two North American frontline here in Gen G, showing that even if you bring international talent here into the Asia region, you can still perform at the highest level. And Gen G are looking like the team we saw back in stage 1, just being that dominant team and just taking over games.
Yeah, I still want to call out some of the stuff that side of Rocket University are working around. I mean, the fact that the likes of their Doctor Strange, which is Sanction, right? Who was Doctor Strange in the second map, and the first map was Emma Frost. 21k damage blocked. I mean, you're really trying to put up numbers here. You're trying to be the face and the front line, the vanguard, the true tank member here for Rocket University, letting kind of NRX and Winsgard do their thing around the sides. You trust them that they have to get their picks, and unfortunately, it kind of falls flat at the tail end. They tried the fluidity thing that Gen G is so well known for, but it just doesn't quite come up to par.
Yeah, I honestly thought Hoodie was gonna just hold on to the fate of both worlds for the entire map, and all in all, they just really didn't even need it. Whereas on Rocket, they had to dump almost everything if they wanted to even have a chance at winning these fights. But on the side of Gen G, they were just able to, like we talked about before, they just didn't have to rely on the ultimates as much as Rocket did, and being able to just spread out your ultimate usage just provides so much control, so much influence when it comes to these extended fights, these extended skirmishes. And that is exactly what Gen G did. Whereas Rocket, they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out what map to work with, as they do have the map priority pick and the side selection pick. But we're going to have to wait and see what the choice is for Rocket if they want to come back and complete the upset, a must-need upset. So we'll come back for that.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the fighting all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really?
And now with Rocket universally with their backs against the wall, having lost the first map against Genji, they have to do it all in order to secure their hopes of remaining in contention for the playoffs here. Dan, break it down for us.
Oh boy, Rocket. We talked about this before. They are very much in the back foot. They are up against the wall, almost similar to what we saw from Assemble Fire situation, where they had to come back in map number 2, and unfortunately they just fell short in that map. But hopefully Rocky University, they have something to respond with, and their response will be choosing Midtown, and will start on the defense first.
Yeah, Midtown, the more favorited map nowadays here in Stage 2. We've seen multiple Midtowns, and it'll be interesting to see what they want to bring differently from the last time we saw them. They didn't put up, unfortunately, the most terrific performance, but we did see, a triple come up from them. We did see the rush trap right off the bat from the attack side, and I want to and the last time we talked about it, I wanted them to cook more, right? They had some great ideas, but the exec was falling short. So let's hope that they've turned things around since their last L.
Yeah, and whereas Genji, they are in that lead. They do have the match point advantage here. But for now, Genji are looking really, really strong right now, especially when it comes to these resource management scenarios where most fights, they didn't have to rely on those key ultimates, and they were just able to rely on their firepower, rely on their basic abilities. Whereas Rocket, they need to find something. They need to figure out a way to crack through what is the incoming offense of Genji.
Yeah, and it's not to fault Rocket. They've done their homework a fair bit, right? They've already tried to ban out the Ultron, very targeted against Snake. They've banned out the Magneto as well, which honestly, Monster has been so domineering on in previous games. So targeted surgical bans against key players like Genji, but their hero pool runs deep. Monster doing so much survivability on the Venom, and a nice snack right at that tail end with the Feast of the Abyss. And Snake, no problemo. We'll take you 1v1 against Windsor on the Psylocke to really put you in the ground. So hey, back to the drawing boards. If we can't pick these two out of the roster, what else can Rocket University do?
Yeah, Rocket probably will need to ban out the Ultron again. Midtown, a very favored map for the verticality of it. So flyers like the Torch, like the Ultron, that are teamed up together quite commonly, could be an option for both teams as of right now, as the Emma will be the prioritized lock for Genji. Midtown being one of those maps with a lot of lanes, a lot of choke points, which is a prime and ideal scenario for Emma Frost players.
Identifying their win condition as Genji, right? Locking in the Emma Frost. Great start. It kind of shows their hand a little bit. So this is an opportunity for Rocket to figure out maybe a targeted ban. I'm gonna go wild, right? Like the Doctor Strange. No, of course it's gonna be the Magneto on their mind. Monster has to be dealt with. Both sides think that the Meteor M has to vanish from the server.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. I'm surprised that the Magneto was prioritized. Oh, Rocket will also choose to lock in the Emma Frost for themselves. I'm a little bit surprised that both teams aren't really banning out the Captain America. But then again, we are on Midtown, so that verticality might provide a bit of bumps, a little bit of a hurdle for Captain America players to try to get value out of these dives, get value out of the freedom charges. But I do I do respect Emma Frost being the higher priority here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a big save, right? Not just in the Asia region, not just in stage 2 either. Stage 1 across the world, NA, EMEA, OCE, all these teams have actually prioritized a lot of Emma Frost, and I feel like today is the first time that we've really seen both the teams really want to lock in this Vanguard.
Right
Loki
heroes
will
can
be the
make
choice
all the
for
difference.
Genji, just for that backline sustain. They don't necessarily have the Mantis nor the Luna, but hey, stick a Cloak and Dagger in there, get some value out of that Eternal Bond. That's Gucci too.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger is also a very safe pick here with no Meteor threatening a one-shot potential. But for now, Genji figuring out a way to break through that what is the defense of Rocket University, who do start on the defense, and it looks like they will be going for what we see in most convergence, in most convoy maps, the triple Vanguard, triple strategist combo.
Say it with me, Dan. Say it. No, you gotta say it, the new
Aw.
name. The new name that the entire community is gonna be using. Come on, come on.
I don't know. We've had some opposition.
Don't leave me hanging.
We had
Don't
some
leave me here.
opposition.
No,
I
don't
know,
leave me. No, we could have
yeah,
caught
I
here.
know,
Chat,
I know
say it
it's
with
a
me.
triple. It's a triple.
It's the triple. Let's go. Winsker, right? Hopping on to the Adam Warlock. Rocket have been banned out the Loki, right? So the sustainment from the ultimates not necessarily in their favor. But hey, what's better? Bodies on the battlefield with a nice karmic revival. That might be the key as they give up this space fairly early on, right? They're Genji just pushing and bringing the fight straight into the building here.
Yep, and this has been a more common position for many of these teams. And most teams, or at least in Stage 1 and the Mid-Season Finals, they took control of that hotel area on the right side of our screen. But now, most teams have been gravitating towards this area of the map, which is a lot more open, a lot more space to work with. And especially if with Genji rocking the Moon Knight, it's going to be a little more, just a little bit more difficult for Brownie to find those AoE left clicks, AoE right clicks. But then again, Brownie already has the Hand of Khonshu available. And Monster, gonna go. He is so close to getting the Dragon Prison, but it gets taken out in the end. And Rocket looking for a necessary defense.
Oh, they're pressing though. They want to stagger every single part of Genji. A nice last minute pick onto Brownie, which, you know, once again, just bleeds time away from that Strangling Prison Hand of Khonshu combination that is Genji as they reaggress here onto the card. Sanction doing their best as the Emma Frost trying to dance around this card. Using the natural barrier still there.
Oh, here we go.
The combo wombo. Is it sustained? It's not. They evacuate out. Sanction's the only one caught in the midst of it all. But never mind. Brownie fires back with fires to the name. Here comes the Resurrect.
Yeah, the Resurrect coming from Whisker is providing to be so valuable here. Mega Hurricane is going to be well timed. No support coming in until Secret is there with the invisible boundary to keep the team alive, to neutralize what could have been a disastrous tornado. And now the response from Genji with the Silent Seduction is providing to be valuable. Felix will find Songshade. Hoodie will find another as well, as the rest of Genji looking to keep this momentum, keep this train moving on forward.
Brownie is finding so many beautiful knockouts from just pure great positioning as well as focus fire around the rest of the team to open things up. Now look at that reposition. Monster knows the movement tech, wanting to take control. They have eyesight on this teleport as Rocket just pushed themselves through.
Okay, Sludge does have the Strangling Prison, is able to pin down Snake, and that Storm will be out of the fight, but a good double stun from Rocket University to try to find a pick. Will net them a pick onto Monster. Genji, now pretty staggered, will immediately look to regroup.
I mean, pretty good explosive retake from the side of Rocket. You know, yes, they burned effectively the Strangling Prison from Slux, but not too much. Both strategists ultimate still online as Winster's now hopped onto the Bucky, wanting to take a bit more into the side of Brownie and Snake.
Go, Hand of Khonshu being used, and it's going to be providing a lot of zones for Genji to control the debate of both worlds just a little bit too late. So 2 members down is Rocket University, but can they still find the value that they need? Felix will use the Eternal Bond to try to deny the Kraken Impact as False will find one. Will probably find more with that Psionic Seduction. Felix finding a pick on the Sangshin hoodie as well, contributing to the barrage of knockouts in favor of Genji as they secure first point.
First point well within their grasp. 240, not the best, not the worst. Right, a solid performance actually from the side of Rocket to be able to put up a defensive hold with a beautiful teleport, and then just a little bit too overwhelming towards the end from the side of Genji to storm the front. Now back to, looks like Sanjin hopping onto the Doctor Strange, holding on to that pick. Looking at the Eye of Agamotto may find value. Looking at Snake, the Wolverine in action as a direct counter against Slux. So that'll be interesting to see how it plays out here in this midsection.
Yeah. Props to the observer for observing Snake, and I think Brownie, as soon as they took the first point, immediately went into the spawn room and just switched out to a different composition. Snake rocking the Wolverine. Brownie on the torch will control both land and sky, but Rocket do find a pick and will keep Genji at bay for now.
Now Monster just overstepping their boundaries a little bit more, so we'll have to come back with it. I hope Hoodie doesn't hold on to their God of Mischief ultimate too much. It has that in the bag. Oh, Monster once again just being chipped down so low from Windsger. Now understanding there's going to be a flank from the side, so has to back up with the resistance of it. The high ground ultimate from Groot doesn't quite find so much value as the rest of Rocket not in the great position to fight against it. Monster wants to be good with the rest of their team. It's a that credit so far.
Yeah, 1 for 1 overall so far. Invisible Boundary in favor of Rocket University, but the burst damage coming in from Genji almost wipes out so many members of Rocket University. As here we go, False with the Silent Seduction, blocking, using the shield to defend himself from any sort of danger, any sort of opposition. And Genji looking to take over, but a trade comes in yet again. Invisible Boundary on top of Genji in favor for them, as Genji looking to try to find a way back, but another trade as NRX with the Kraken Impact finds one, but cannot find more. Still very, very even, but the Strangling Prison pins off so much members of Rocket University. They are going to get sent straight to spawn, and Genji will need to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, Brownie now in the Phoenix, right, with pairs so well with Strangling Prison as well. Once again, Rocket using their teleport pretty early on just to reposition them into a very, actually, honestly, great start. This corner provides them a bit more defensive positioning for their strategists. They just have to burst onto the side. It starts it off with Windsor, the Mega Hurricane, opening things up. Great wall to isolate the fight. And they're able to take this control back. Overtime already clicked on for the side of Genji, so Rocket holding a very defensive front.
Genji need to go. The overtime meter dangerously low now. They bleeded so much time as Genji just piling on in. So many particles. The Inferno torches NRX, and the rest of Rocket may follow suit here as Brownie dashes right in, gets into your face, torches you right in the eyes as Genji look to secure the second point and prevent a disastrous overtime scenario.
I mean, that was honestly super close. Rocket had a pretty good hold, had combo wombo with great isolations from the Groot walls, plus the Omega Hurricane just to be able to whittle down some of that front lines. But the explosiveness from Brownie, it was amazing. And you're not done just yet, right? Pressing the issue, hiding up in these second floors, whittling down Windsor, having to duck away for just a little bit longer.
Bobbing and weaving his Brownie as he lays down as much damage as possible. A popular pick here in most of these teams, and you can see why. So much AoE, so much potential for a lot of this splash damage. Flux threatening with the Strangling Prison. Last stand was used, but can they find more? Rocket will find an opening onto the Wolverine yet again.
It's a back and forth so far. The Kraken going absolutely ham right now, but can't be sustained in the midst of it all. The I will find 3. Is it capitalized upon? It absolutely is. The bodies are falling. Sanction finds value after value. And RX seals the deal with a Kraken impact right to Monster's face.
They do anything about it, Genji? I don't think a portal can save them here. 2 seconds left. Now the timer hits 0. The time going into slow motion as Genji have to settle with 2.
I mean, not too shabby, all things considered. You know, Rocket University, bottom of the scoreboard, able to put up a solid defensive hold and deny Genji a 3rd point. It actually might go the distance here towards Rocket University for their map pick.
Yeah, there's a world, but with Genji not being able to secure the 3rd point, we are not going to see an overtime here on map number 2. As Rocket, it's their turn to go for the attack, and Genji, what is the plan here? What is the option? As we do see yet again a triple, but Brownie, will he stay on that Penny Parker? That is going to be the question. Some teams have been rocking the Penny to just get that extra zone
30
potential.
seconds before you attack. Ready?
And it looks like Genji will work with that.
They will indeed. You know, it's interesting because it's not necessarily it is a triple. So a lot of sustain. They've got Snake rocking the Karmic Revival Adam. I love the skin, by the way. But interestingly enough, Rocket, look, they've got Winsger on the Storm. They might run the same thing that they did yesterday and just run up ramp onto top second.
Oh, they might do that,
hotel.
yeah. We'll see what the plan is here. Penny mines as well to try to just keep them at bay as Sangshi gets absolutely chunked by it. And Rocket, they're not opting to go for that option right now. They're just going to go straight in to take the aggression head on for the time being. As the zones do come in for Genji, a lot of control in favor for them as we get a wide view of what we're working with right now. Genji and Rocket going at it yet again. Rocket in a must-win scenario, so they need to play this attacking side out of their goddamn mind.
Indeed, and it starts right here, you know, just trying to garner as much ultimate charge as possible. Brownie applying pressure. Those leads are on the side, and could be Monster finding their counterpart right off the rip. Already the strangling prison comes out from Monster. Snake and Brownie capitalize, and it's a near team wipe against Rocket.
It's on now.
Yeah, I don't think Rocket were aware that Monster had that strangling prison up so quickly. It took him not even a minute for that strangling prison to come online and ready to go, and Rocket just get completely caught off guard, it seems like. But luckily they aren't very far from spawn, so they still have a lot more attempts to work with.
Now coming out, NRX in the midst of this chaos, finding that back line, and now responds to the moon, indeed haunting the rest of Genji. NRX goes wide.
Wait.
It's the Karmic Revival down within the recesses of the Spider Ring. Now they're coming out full force onto this card.
That was a great wombo combo, but it's immediately denied by Snake with the Karmic Revival. But can Genji capitalize on it? That is the big question here. Not a lot of ultimates available, but keep your eyes on Monster. He's the only man with an ultimate right now, but it looks like they're not going to need it just yet.
I mean, it's wild. You think about Brownie and the positioning of those nests, right? Holding Hotel on the left side, completely within your domain. That's where Snake's been hiding out. Rocket haven't tried to clear the Spider's nest at all, which means they're shut down from that lane and that map control completely.
Shut down for Genji, denies any sort of capitalization from the Strangling Prison Panda Kanju wombo combo. Shin trying to do his best to find some sort of value. Monster doesn't quite land the mark with the Strangling Prison, so no value from there. But everyone else on Rocket, everyone else on Genji looking to get their ultimates online, ready to go. But the Omega Hurricane is going to provide to be valuable as Genji will fall one by one, and Rocket looking to keep this push going.
Finally, a bit of isolation, a bit of a mistake coming from Genji to being played a bit too far apart. And that allows Rockets with some great walls coming out from Slux to be able to just get their one-on-ones. But now Genji coming in straight with The Doctor Strange portal from the backside, flipping the snap on his head. It's gonna be Monster pressing the issue forward.
Jumping in and out, using the cover of the payload as the final judgment from NRX. But the Eye of Agamotto will find 3, and that's gonna let everyone from Rocket just push on forward. They might just send this to the moon, but Snake brings them back down to Earth as Gen-G. You thought they're out, you thought they're done, but they're not done. They're here, they're ready to fight, and Snake commands his troops, commands his team to keep on going as Snake leads the charge with an opener as the rest of Gen-G, inspired, revitalized by Snake with this karmic revival as they look to secure the first point here. But it's going to be immediately denied by Rocket, or at least Rocket are denied the push. Gen-G coming out on top with a quick 2-0.
A quick 2-0 indeed. I mean, beautifully done from Gen-G. Rocket University put off pretty much very solid attempts onto the Gen-G folks, but just was stalled out time and time again with some great new tactics coming out from Gen-G, right? Thinking about the Penny Parker not holding up in those choke points that perhaps a Moon Knight can capitalize upon, but just using those spider nests to zone out a third of the entire space right off the bat.
Snake, man, we saw these karmic revivals come in clutch in past matches, and here it's no different. Shout out to Ewings, right? Those karmic revivals have been absolutely clutch.
Yeah.
And it's the timing of it, right? They were aware that they had an inkling, they had that sense that that Rocket could go for some kind of wombo combo with the Strangling Prison Hanakonshu that we see, and it's one of the easier combos to stack on. But then you got Snake, that sneaky little guy, just going into a corner and just, doing some magic. And the magic proved to be insanely valuable.
Yeah, and that's not even the MVP title here. As we look to the replays, it's going to be in the hands of Brownie, who has been so sharp with the Phoenix, just stacks and sparks after sparks. You think, right here, you think that perhaps Rocket were able to put a full hold right before the end of leg 2, but nay, it's just Brownie coming out with so much impact to push them on to leg number 3, and it took so much effort for Rocket to stall them out. And unfortunately, they fell short right at the tail end on the flip when Rocket were trying to press the cart for themselves on their attack half.
Oh my gosh. Gen-G, again, just playing out of their minds. Something that Rocket needed to have done, but unfortunately, they were not able to make it to the finish line. Now they are in the exact position that Assemble Fire are in right now, sitting at 0-3 here in Group B. And again, we talked about this when Assemble Fire took their loss. It might be the same fate for Rocket here in Group B.
Indeed, we have the side of NRX who really tried to hold their front and carry the rest of the team with some, heads being clicked around, but I felt it was a bit too little too late towards that tail end. I felt like it was actually a big brain move from Gen-G, if I think and recall back as to how they were playing around that karmic revival. They used that to bait out so many ultimates. They say, hey, don't taunt University, press the issue, draw out their combo wombos. They pulled out a Strangling Prison plus a Hand of Khonshu, and then right after that, seconds, pulled out a beautiful revive. 4 or 5 members coming back into the fray, completely protected by those spider nests in a hotel. Boom, round over.
Yeah. Something. Part of me wants to wonder if this might sound like more of a conspiracy. What? I wonder if Gen-G intentionally got womboed down, intentionally got hit by the Strangling Prison, intentionally got hit by the Hanakonshu, and it just allows Snake to revive everyone at the same time. Remember, you don't want to get staggered in this kind of game, and sometimes you wonder if getting womboed intentionally in order to respawn at the exact same time was a strategy that Gen-G were thinking about on the fly.
I'm
obviously,
gonna
I'm
say
thinking
yes,
too
right?
much. I'm thinking.
No,
I might be thinking
no.
too much. It might be a stretch, but you never know.
We're reading perfectly into it, Dan. I believe that is very common, and that's actually why we see Adam being banned out so many times in the past. Sure, before that there was the revive meta because there was an additional team up with Mantis and Starlord. That's, you know, water under the bridge now, but still proves that Adam Warlock, even without that team up, is such a powerful pick for, let's say, a triple or triple strategist comp, or yeah, basically these two metas.
Yeah. And with that Guardians comp gone, it provides a lot more options, but then again, it makes that Karmic Revival all the more valuable. And Snake obviously taking full advantage of that. And like you said, yeah, more teams have been putting a little more emphasis on the Adam Warlock, which used to be the go-to ban if you want to deny the Guardians comp in the past, but now seeing how valuable this Karmic Revival is, especially since it got a decent buff where you're not being revived at limited HP now. You have I think it's become a percentage rather than a flat amount. So that kind of buff is proving to be so valuable.
Yeah, and it's a feels bad moment for Rocket University. You know, they, you know, from the likes of Be Like XVE, a team that we've all grown to love from stage 1, trying to assemble ashes from those losses back in stage 1 and trying to pull together a new 6 to 8 stack for Rocket University, battling their way through OQ, right? Having rebranded from Revival as well, making their way into the top 12, and then having to face Gen G is such such a mental kind of fortitude, mental break for them, to be honest.
Yeah, and on the side of Gen G, right, you got a commanding victory that puts you, I believe, yeah, it puts them as 2-0, so ever so slightly closer to getting that playoff position. And it's just a matter of, can they get high enough? Well, first of all, they need to find another win in their own group in order to solidify their spot in the playoffs mathematically. But now the question becomes, after getting that victory, does it? It's just going to be a matter of, can they get a high enough seeding to put themselves in the best position in order to win here in Ignite?
Yeah, Group B is indeed filled to the brim with tenacious players and teams. We've got the likes of Reject, and of course, who can forget Zero Tenacity with their incredible performance against the former top, stage 1 winner that was Rejects. And actually, that's precisely who Gen G is going to be up against next week, early on, right on day 1 of week 2 against Rejects themselves. Team number 1 versus team number 2, and in the past we saw that grand finals go the absolute distance. Best of 7. How many maps, chat? 8 maps in total, and Reject able to clinch it off right at that tail end. And so Gen G, I think they gotta be prepared for that. I think we're probably gonna have an interview with one of the players on Gen G soon as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be none other than False, one of the frontliners of Gen G. Obviously, we're thinking a little too far ahead, but now we gotta rewind a little bit back to the present. They still have a long way to go, but right now, their road is looking very clear as we do beat False yet again. How are we feeling after that one?
Hi. I'm feeling pretty good. It's a pretty easy game. I'm happy with the performance there. Feeling good though. Feeling confident. Vibes are good.
I like it. The vibes are flowing. Everything's immaculate. I mean, the performance on the servers against Rocket University was spectacular and flawless. So once again, congratulations on your win. This will conclude your first week here for the group stages, and on to next week. We're thinking ahead already. Season 4 is gonna kick in. We've been running 3.5 patch thus far. How's the team preparing for Season 4 and the new meta?
We've been scrimming a bit of Season 4. I mean, it's just came out in Ranked as well now, so obviously we're all playing Ranked and, just getting the experience with, the new changes. It seems like a good shakeup. There's definitely, some new comps that people are playing. The triple support's looking super strong, so I think we'll see, some new some differences between the patches for sure.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what you want to see. You've got that preparation going. You've got some ideas flowing inside the team, and then just quick final question before we close things out here in this interview. I believe your next opponent, if I could find that in a quick moment, unless Multi is able to help me out here.
The opponent you have here is going to be Reject. I mean, we've seen Genji go against them and unfortunately failed to secure that first place in stage 1, and obviously Genji must be hungry for a bit of a revenge fight against their the Rejects themselves. Are we ready? How are we feeling right now?
I'm feeling super confident. I'm really excited for it, honestly, because like these last 2 matches have been like, they haven't been like the most competitive, so I'm looking forward to like a real match against some like actual good players. So I'm super excited. I'm really confident going in, and we're gonna bring home the win.
Yeah, and we are excited here as well. Thank you, False, for joining us. Go get that well-deserved rest. We know you're playing on the other side of the world, so
yeah,
go rest up. You earned it.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
That was False once again. Go ahead, Dan.
You took the words right out of my mouth. That was False, showing us the insight of what Genji have been working on, especially as we close out the rest of the matches here in season 3.5. We've got one more best of 3 that will stay on that 3.5 patch, and as we head into 4.0, a lot of these teams already going into the drawing board, figuring out what is good, what's not as good compared to 3.5. So a lot of work is going on behind the scenes for every single team overall.
Oh yeah, and I'm excited. Like he said, it's gonna shake up the meta, and that's precisely what we need to see, right? We want things to be a little different. We want to be surprised and entertained, and I think next week's 4.0 patch notes hitting the tournament clients is going to be the shakeup that we absolutely are looking for. It's going to be eating good next week. And also, I don't know if you caught that, Dan, a little shade coming from False. He mentioned that he's looking for actually good opponents to fight against. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there is some validity to it. Genji did only play 2 matches against the likes of Down Payment and now Rocket University. 2 teams that are coming in from the open qualifiers, and they're not as, on paper, not as strong from what we've seen on the likes of Genji, who also did go through a bit of an overhaul, but we're saying this again and again, it looks like the Genji we all know and love from stage 1.
It really is, right? They're hungry. They weren't satisfied with number 2. I mean, I'd be, but I'm not a professional player. They're gunning for the top dog themselves. And it looks like whatever prep is willing to be, False didn't give away anything, which is great. You gotta hold these cards to yourself because they need every advantage to want to go against Rejects. They want that revenge match and already setting the scene for next week's battle.
Oh yeah, and we are so excited to see that. Genji versus Reject, a rematch from the grand final back in stage 1. We won't see it go to 8 maps just yet. Maybe we see, maybe they run it back in the grand final, but obviously that's wishful thinking. That's a little too far ahead into the future. But now with Genji and Rocky University all settled down, we do have to go to a break, reset a little bit before we watch the final tournament match here in season 3.5. It's none other than XOXO1 versus Onside Gaming. Don't go anywhere. This is the beginning of the end.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up in your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up in your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up in your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up in your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up in your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up in your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Dictum, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil
You are not the only one without fear!
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day.
For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious!
Thoughts and prayers.
Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury!
Now is the time for salvation!
Heaven! Fall! Weaklings!
Overconfidence will destroy you.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 here in the Asia region. And we are about to witness the beginning of the end here of Season 3.5 of Professional Play. I am That One Dan. Next to me is Multitudes, and we will be guiding you through our last stop here in Season 3.5.
That is absolutely correct. It's going to be XOXO versus Onside Gaming to round things off here on the final day of week 1. And, you know, you'd be surprised if I call out the scores right now that they're hidden on Group A, but Onside Gaming leading a nice comfy 2-0, whereas XOXO leading on 1-1. I mean, that is not a timeline I was expecting.
Yeah, XOXO, they did make it into the playoffs. I believe they were the 4th place finishers in Stage 1, and now on the back foot here against Onside Gaming, who did come in through the open qualifiers. Some of these names you may have seen from the likes of Rebirth in particular, who has played on a past roster here in Stage 1 and are looking to make a name for themselves here in Stage 2, as XO also looking to redeem themselves.
Yeah, so that's an interesting storyline we can talk about, right? Because Rebirth came from Crazy Raccoons, which was the team that XOXO lost against yesterday. And so they're the reasons, Crazy Raccoons are the reasons why XOXO are trailing behind Onside Gaming here in Group A. And I don't know if, you know, Rebirth is gonna just try to manifest their old team's kind of motto and push through and maybe get the dub onto XOXO. I mean, if they do that, they're gonna be sitting a pretty 3-0 in the groups.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what Onside want, right? You want to put yourself in the best position possible And what better is it if you come out with a win here and you put yourself basically in the playoffs, but now here is where it all has to begin, right? Onside, you need to look for a win here in map 1, hopefully in map 2. If they don't pick it up in map 2, there's always a map 3. But now, step 1, take over in the Celestial Husk, which will be the random map of choice here for our first map.
Yeah. And step 2, figure out how to, work around these picks and bans. The ban of Captain America coming out from On-Site Gaming, and Zayda has been so good on the Captain America, just being that back line vanguard, which is a word that, just surprises you, but the vanguards do precisely that. They take attention away from the squishies that is the rest of your team, and if you're able to, work around the duelists of your opponent or even the strategists of your opponent, your backline should be safe. Granted, they're not flanked on, which is precisely what XOXO want to do as well.
Yeah, and we're also going to touch up on it a little more, right? XOXO, this is the team that really, really likes to play a dive style composition. Their team motto, quite literally, is dive or die. And it makes this team really, really fun to watch, especially when we're watching Sungjuk Woo, who is most notably the Spider-Man player here in the Asia region, and Onside are very much well aware of that.
They are indeed. I mean, the Captain America out of the way, the Spider-Man out of the way. They're really trying to shoehorn XOXO and take away their dive or die kind of motto that they have been running so far. But hey, if anything, we've seen them come up with a bit more flexibility in matches to come. Granted, yesterday, they did lose against Crazy Raccoons with Spider-Man out of action. So Onsite Gaming are just taking a leaf out of Crazy Raccoon's book and doing the same thing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Both sides also batting away the Ultron, but it looks like Onside might have found an opening here. They will take the Captain America for themselves. They're thinking about it, and they will pull through with it. Captain America, a great choice when it comes to annoying the backline of the enemy team, as well as keeping your own team alive, thanks to that Freedom Charge, as EXO will use their final ban on that Magneto.
Hero or villain.
I mean, yeah, In-hyuk has been such a wondrous staple here, so you want to keep In-hyuk on that Captain America. And interestingly enough, AIM, typically starts things off on domination with the Ultron, but with that banned out, Phoenix will have to do... I mean, the Phoenix is no less of a threat, honestly, on the Ultron, especially coupled with WDY on the sideline. Onsite Gaming are doubling down in terms of the way they're taking these angles and flanks onto XOXO, which is actually what XOXO like to do. So it's a bit of a who can get the quicker dive on the other person.
Yeah, and on side, we saw them play their match, I believe, yesterday against Incipients. The individual firepower shining in that series. Surely, in this scenario, I wouldn't be surprised if someone from onside just goes absolutely ballistic, absolutely nuclear even, when it comes to these domination maps. Whereas XO, they're cooking up something interesting right now. I'm not sure if that'll be the final choice. Hongjoong looking to rock things with the Black Panther,
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
as they do set up a teleport off the rip.
Friends have saved my life.
Yep, trying to isolate these fights is important. Already look at having a good call onto the BP. Might be the first thing to come through. Can't find a pick necessarily, but at least they've stormed the side, and yeah, AIM immediately taken right off the rib. That's gonna be Zeva. No Captain America within their bounds, but Venom will have to do second best onto now.
A nice
The Psylocke has to dive, duck away from into safety. Alone Switch gets the pick out, or the trade on to Rebirth will even things out.
Yeah, Sungjuk Woo will find things onto Dawn. A great pick there. We'll even stack it up onto Tuba. Both of them skewered out of the fight as XO will take control and start stacking up the site.
Indeed, it's going to be a Lone Flitz who had opened the portal and back on his signature Jeff to just apply more pressure along with Sungjuk as well as Athena around the corner. I mean, so much angles that you have to worry here on this Celestial Husk map as we try to go again That's already dived into it. The stacks are up in arms, but able to build the shields enough to get one and get out.
Yeah, great play from Zeta, finding a pick onto WDY, keeps onside staggered and keeps them at bay. And now the approach coming in from onside as they look to just go right into the high ground, go straight into EXO's throat. Can they find anything? Great flick from AIM to secure one of players from EXO. Sungjaku out of the fight, 27 A's as well. It's a trade, but it's still in favor of onside as of right now. Rebirth will use the invisible boundary, but needs to seek protection from his fellow Doctor Strange as AIM is able to find on your left. Dawn and AIM both dragging out as XO are going to lose control finally at 68%.
A bit labored from Onside Gaming. Their game plan towards that tail end was really to group up and try to isolate these fights, you know, which was the right deal. Able to pick off like the likes of the Lone Fliss plus Zeta out of their hiding spots. And it was still very labored towards the end. Now 68% under the belt on XOXO. They're gonna come back in and try to regain this without a hassle. Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, a lot of dives going in, but a good eye of Agamotto onto Zeta. There's only one person, but it might be the tipping point here as Sungjaku bangs their hand at boss. We'll find the fellow Vanguard. It's going to be a Vanguard for Vanguard trade for the time being. Sungjaku regrouping, finding another way in as the Jeff ultimate does come in. But I'm not sure if it found anyone of importance as EXO still staying on the side, staying on the point as Sungjaku keeps his man advantage on the side of EXO.
I mean, they don't have the point yet, despite how many eliminations they've run their way. It's the side of WDY, who's just finding picks after picks. But Zeta, Sungjaku tries to make it more interesting now, forcing Onside Gaming out. Now Captain America has anything to say about that. Oh, Lone Fliss will fire back with some beautiful shots from the Land Shark, falling back and look, still buying time. It's the side of all these individual Rebirth will be eliminated for the cause. It's 1v1s galore, but they still have the fight within their control. They're buying it with staggering non-stop, and finally at this tail end, no, Captain America's still here.
Oh my goodness, the amount of staggering that Onside are willing to go through, and they're able to get themselves all the way up to 87%. But now Onside, they did stagger themselves for what seemed like an eternity here in round number 1, as Onside look to group up, and they need to win this fight if they want to have any sort of chance of taking away this round number 1.
They've got a few ultimates, right? Most importantly, it's going to be a Lone Fliss trying to counter all of those with some damage. Sungjaku starts things off with AIM. Overtime trigger, the dash comes out. One can't find the mark, but the dashes are not quite either.
Almost there. It almost finished off key members as Ace charges up the Meteor. Great block from Tuba to deny a catastrophic result. As the Eye of Agamotto is going to be popped, but there is no value out of that. Sungjaku and Zeta did get briefly stunned, but I think it was from the Captain America of India, as Onside are falling one by one. Dawn now has his world. He sees it immediately. That overtime meter is getting ever so slightly smaller as Onside are forced to stay on the site, or else they will lose out on this round.
Yeah, the Fate of Bulls was just keeping them a little bit alive. Now the Fate of last step can't find much though. So putting in here with the Freedom charge, that's to go to dance around. And taking that trade so far from both teams. And survivability now kicking in is we're just trying to farm as much ultimate percentage points as possible.
Does have the invisible boundary, will pop it immediately. Tuba again threatening with the Eye of Agamotto. Needs to find a key stun here in this overtime, and there it is. Alone Phils and Ace are gonna get stunned up. They do find the Land Shark, and they soon will follow up on Ace as Onside Gaming looking good, looking strong here in round number 1 as they try to steal away XOXO1's round 1 victory.
that it? Is that it's gonna be 99%? It's gonna be 27 days as well as Don being traded to take the time.
Whoa, the Jeff.
Jeff comes out, focusing on the last shot. I love this will
Nice.
meet their demise. Now overtime, the clock is ticking away. Does XOXO make it? They don't. They're a foot out. And the first point does go the way of Onside Gaming.
Rebirth was also there just in case they were able to find a way to get onto the site to shove them away, and that all but secures it for Onside Gaming. A robbery, in a sense, in favor of Onside. They were able to just steal away this round from EXO that looked so strong, but during that round as well, Onside willing to stagger themselves to try to sap out as much percentage points as possible. Proved it, and it was enough. If they didn't do that earlier, there was a world where EXO were able to complete the retake.
I think so. I mean, that was some 5-head move from their used bodies to just buy enough time. You know that they haven't quite capped. It came in, Inhyuk was the first one on, and Inhyuk was the last one on as well. The Captain America being an absolute nuisance for Onside Gaming, and Inhyuk knows precisely that.
Here we go. We go at it again here in round number 2 of map number 1. EXO. It looked like they had it in the bag, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to cross the line. And now are looking to redeem themselves here in round number 2 as they both converge onto the site. The Ensong Inferno available on AIM. Ace also has the Meteor M as well. Those are really the two ultimates to look at, but then again, both Luna Snows on opposing sides will have their Fate of Both Worlds online soon until Unlone gets the opening pick.
I mean, yeah, WDY was a bit too far out and was caught off guard. Now, high in the sky, T-posing for farming. It's going to be the Ensong Inferno. But not much value because it's going to be Dawn in the midst of it all. So sending the rest of them. Ace will go down for the trouble. Tuba with a nice punch to the face.
Yeah, good trade coming in. AIM won't get taken out. Finished off by Alone Fills, who's just being pesky on the sides as stuns come in left and right from both sides of the coin. As XO right now is slightly in favor as they're able to find another pick. Another trade comes in favor for Zeta as the rest of EXO looking to take over, at least in the early stages of round number 2.
There it is, Sungjuk Rule onto the Human Torch. Right, we saw a lot of eliminations that the BP was able to run on point 1, but off the back of those, somehow it was not enough. We needed map control. That's precisely what that Supernova can precisely bring. So much value right off the rip.
A bit of a reset coming in from Onside. They do find Inhyuk relatively early. But look at Zeta, he is swiping his mouse back and forth, trying to figure out where in the world is Onside coming from. And they finally do reveal themselves as AIM, finding some important picks, important damage points as WDY realizes that the time is now to use the Galactic Legend. Will find one, will find a second. Can he find any more? But I think it's enough for Onside to retake the site.
I don't know just about that because 27 Ace does have their comic revival. They're coming back for more. As well as the Jeff in the midst of it all. It's chaotic. The spin to win from WDY does so much. A 3 for the price of absolutely nothing. As Onside Gaming will be able to secure this point for reals.
Yeah, and so far already 20%. Now Onside, they just have to play the waiting game. They just have to hold off the offense of XOXO1. Any adjustments coming from them? So far, nothing. As Onside, though, look at the amount of ultimates available to them. XO only are working with 3.
Coming strong right now. It's gonna be all the madness from Doctor Strange, just mowing them down. XOXO standing 0 chance. The last 2 are fleeing for their lives. Oh, it's all blink and you miss it.
Yeah, and already Onside will overtake EXO here in round number 2. EXO need to find something out of the bag here. They need to get a little bit deeper in their playbook if they want to find a way back in. But it's not looking good. EXO and Onside both have 3 ultimates apiece right now. And it's all up to Ace, all up to on your left, all up to Zeta on XO to find a way back into this site.
Super Scatter is the play so far. Right now, it's going to be these teams both here on the point as well as Don applying back pressure. Yep, this Inferno somehow in the midst of it, that Sung Jung-woo does get eliminated. And now, Don, the dance floors on both sides, just trying to hold on sustainment while the silent seduction tries to wrap the rest of these folks in.
Agamotto also used, but it's not going to find anyone as the lone field finds two, but onside team up to find two more for themselves. EXO now with a man advantage, 4 versus 3 right now on the point as Zeta getting taken out dangerously low. AIM needs to just find the frags. He knows that there's no strategist available to heal any of them up as AIM needs to land the shots, needs to find an opportunity, but the site goes in favor of EXO.
Don't stagger though, don't stagger. You know you have time. 61% is XON climbing, but you're sitting at a comfy 19-9. It just takes one effort as AIM tries to kind of reposition around. You see that belt from onside both sides. Now super number coming up from Sung Jung-woo. And the response from Ingyang is going to be that Captain America push through already. It's going to be that Luna still taking out of action from both sides.
Yeah, great trades, 1-for-1 overall. Dawn needs to rejoin the team now. EXO still lacking a strategist for the time being as EXO looking good right now. They have a one-man advantage. But can they find more? This point going all the way up to 99 is looking close. It's looking likely. Here we go. 99 versus 99 into overtime as onside trying their best to look for any sort of advantage, any point. No, they cannot step, they cannot go in. And XO will respond with round number 2.
I mean, it came down to the wire though. It really looked like there was few terrific counters from Onside Gaming. You know, yes, 720As with a nice karmic revival, but WDY coming in so powerful with some good tracking on that Star-Lord as spin to win just to be able to get a nice 3 for the price of absolutely 0. That's a steal in no grocery store they will ever find.
This economy, yeah, you're not gonna find anything like it.
Nah, yeah, this economy.
With you,
But props to XO.
No, but
They were able to redeem themselves. They were able to keep themselves afloat here in this map number 1.
Any chance you
Now
got
both
spare?
sides with 1 round apiece.
Black is not my
And
color.
here, we're about to see the tiebreaker in about 10 seconds.
the battle
I mean, Onside Gaming, you know, we talked about their fluidity with the way they play. New York leading the charge literally as Captain America to distract and confuse XOXO, who honestly kind of love this type of chaotic space, right? They like to dwell in the mess of it all and normally come on top in the team fights, but Onside Gaming just making it super painful for them.
Did you see that?
Big checkup on the ultimates. EXO working with 3. Onside though. Really only have AIM, WDY, and Dawn are close to their ultimates, but it's really on to Dawn to see how fast they can get the Fate of Both Worlds online and ready to go. Because that might be the tipping point, but we'll see as XO have a lot of offensive ultimates, and they will pop one right now. Linfield will be picked away, and they shut down the Fate of Both Worlds on Dawn. That is absolutely massive as alone. Comes up with a triple, might even find more. Sung Jung-woo teams up with the rest of XO, and a devastating shutdown on the side of Onside Gaming.
Lone Flit's back on their Psylocke. That's precisely the point. You know, off the jet, that's perhaps a little too gimmicky now that we're moving into point 3, and the focus fire from Sung Jung-woo was able to nail down a Luna Snow within their Fate of Both Worlds, which is phenomenal. So that was an ultimate completely negated by XOXO, and on your left got theirs as well. So that's extra protection for them as they continue racking up percentage points.
Yeah, this is looking really difficult for Onside to retake. Like you said, Eternal Bond online now on your left has the Fate of Both Worlds available. Alone builds, you gotta be careful there. He's dancing with fire, and the fire does succumb to the life of Alone builds for the time being as the rest of XO dumping their ultimates onside will respond with their own. Thankfully, Reverb did have the invisible boundary, and they will keep themselves afloat in this fight. But now everyone dumping their ultimates. This domino effect as Ace splitting up, doing a little bit of Shadow Clone Jutsu here, as Ace is able to find Tuba, and the rest of EXO looking to hold yet again until Zeta will find a pick with WDY. Also looking for trades, but it's all blue here on the feed as EXO looking to hold, and Alone gets another triple as well.
Yeah, this is the EXO that we know, loves to dwell in the mess of it all, in the chaos. They find order, and they're able to focus fire, not letting up the gas. They're gonna press the issue straight in. They know that perhaps if they can force out that bit of force just to be able to get themselves onside, that's a huge dub for XOXO.
Shutout prevented here. Ace, can he confirm their suspicions? But it's a trade of ultimates. Meteor for Galactic Legend. Sungjuk Woo won't make things in favor until Inhyuk pulls it right back. And it's just this trade for trade, back and forth, tug of war battle as Alone Fills trying to find this pesky little Captain America who tries bouncing in, but it's not gonna matter until onside. Look for a desperation portal, gone dangerously low, gonna get taken out. Onside might just get shut out here in round number 3. That overtime meter ever so slightly getting smaller and smaller as Ace is able to keep the team alive, keep the team going, and XO complete the reverse sweep in map number 1.
Oh, I mean, great adjustments from XOXO, right? Not letting your mental fortitude break whatsoever. After point number 1, because Onside Gaming had a few gimmicks up their sleeve with, like you said, throwing players onto the point just to delay and play around with the hearts and minds of your opponent. That was Onside Gaming's, but hey, XOXO, back to basics. Swapping Sungjuk Woo off the Black Panther onto another signature character they have, having the aerial superiority, that dive factor as the Human Torch was the beginning of the end for their opponents.
And this is what we wanted to see from EXO. We know that their dive composition is going to get shut down, especially with the Spider-Man band, especially with some other dive compositions, dive characters, I should say, are also getting banned, like the Captain America here in this game in particular. And we've seen Sungjuk Woo piloting the Human Torch before in stage 1, and here it's proving to be valuable as EXO take control here in map number 1. Onside though, they have been looking so good.
They have indeed. I mean, Onside, they really decided not to run the triple strategist that is so common for teams to do so on the domination match. For the most part, they were running 2-2-2 throughout the entire kind of 3 points. And while it kind of worked out with a bit more damage, I'd say, on that first point, it kind of whittled out towards the end, especially when the likes of Alone Flitz and Sungjuk Woo, Alone Flitz, right, getting a massive value on the Psylocke.
Oof, I don't think I've seen a Alone Phil's masterclass on that Psylocke in a bit, but yeah, that is something you do need to be scared about, and that's gonna cause a bit of a dilemma on the side of Onside Gaming as they do choose their next map, as well as figuring out what they want to ban this time around. Because do they still commit to the Spider-Man, or do they have to dump a little more resources of bans into, like, the Psylocke, maybe even the Torch? So it's going to be a big question mark as to how Onside approach this next map.
Yeah, I feel like leaving both these heroes on the choice for XOXO is just a little too deadly, might have to go for a double duelist ban, which is very expensive because then it lets up a lot more that XOXO can bring in. Like maybe you have to sacrifice a Mantis ban for another duelist, or perhaps an Ultron ban for another, but that just means more choices for XOXOs and their backline to then support whoever is that duelist that will be, whichever is the remaining pick basically for XOXO.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult break for Onside to consider their options. But we're gonna head into that break. Onside really need to put their thinking caps on, figure out what is the best option coming into the draft here in map 2, but we do have a break in between, so don't go anywhere.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are?
Welcome back to the very last series here at the end of week 1, where Onsite Gaming finally experienced the first taste of defeat. They've gone 4-0 so far in the group stages, but having lost against another other than XOXO, who have to be obviously relieved that they were able to bring map 1, or at least the first point under their belt here.
Yeah, this is the first time Onside have dropped a map, so this is also going to be the first time they get to choose what map to play on, as well as pick the side, and they will choose Midtown, the popular choice so far in Stage 2.
I don't know how we went from nobody's picking Midtown to everyone's picking Midtown now. I think perhaps some sort of influence or just comfort in terms of being able to just have a lot more scrims on it perhaps, or having your type of playstyle adapt to it, because both these teams have the flex, have like kind of the flex fluid motion and not necessarily run like double shields or triple vanguards a lot. Perhaps Onside Gaming have a few strats up their sleeve against the fluidity of XOXO on this map.
Yeah, we'll see what Onside decide to cook up here. XO, a sigh of relief, like you said, taking away the map for themselves in the first match around, and now if XO do win out on this match, what happens here in this Group A or Group B? Where's it? Group A. Group A. Yes, it's Group A, because right now, like we talked about all the way back at the start of tonight, that rift between the top teams and the mid to backfield. What is the outcome here if XO do come out on top?
Well, it's obviously good news for them, but it also kind of narrows the gap between the top 3 teams here in this Group A. And regardless, that's precisely what XOXO want to do. They've already experienced 1 L, and a second one would be, a stake to the heart. As we move straight into the picks and bans here, Captain America right off the rip. Oh, that once again, very targeted against Zaytha. We'll have to see if that pans out, because they've done that again in the first one. Didn't quite pan out for them, right?
Yep. They did take the Captain America for themselves to give In-Hyuk the comfort pick of the Captain America. But what does Onside choose to do here? The Loki would be a very, very good pickup.
Yeah, and once again, the sustain coming out strong with the God of Mischief. So that'll be XOXO's cue, right? You gotta ban out the Luna Snow, and perhaps thinking about others that could be replicated, the CMD, the Ultron, of course, classic, the offensive and defensive strategist that can do a lot on your plate.
Yeah, XO ban out the Ultron onto Onside, but Onside respond by banning out Sungjok Woo's option, their safe option of the Human Torch. And now Onside, I don't know, do they still ban out the Spider-Man, or do they leave it open? Midtown might be a little bit of a difficult spot for Spider-Man to shine, but we will see what their last ban will be.
Yeah, you're right. It is a bit more close-quartered, especially if they're able to hide around in the buildings to avoid little Spidey from just absolutely dunking on them. And, we kind of talked about it before. That is the ban of choice. They'll go ahead and secure themselves the Cloak and Dagger, which goes very well with the Loki. We'll see what that final ban from Onside Gaming will look like.
But XO instantly respond with the Magneto when they see the Cloak and Dagger being locked up for Onside. And that just allows XO to just make sure, if they do run that Cloak and Dagger, that XO have ways of shutting it down. And the Phoenix
The right heroes could make
will be
all
also
the difference.
banned out, and that allows Sungjok Woo to shine on his hero of choice.
Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Okay, toying with our feelings. I won't talk too much about the hovers happening in
at least
this
it's
12
possible.
stack, but it 100% is. We kind of talked about Onside Gaming moving to 2 duelist bans instead of a single one to really limit the choice that XOXO can run. They've just done exactly that. But once again, it does open up the field for XOXO to run some more interesting plays. We'll have to wait, because they're on the attack side. They're going to kind of toy around with our feelings. I'm going to look at Onside Gaming's defensive, running that triple.
Yep, running it back. Now almost every team has been doing that, apart from a few who do opt for the 2-2-2, but so far the triple has been reigning supreme here as XO look at the lineup here. we have yet to see if this will be the final choice for EXO, at least for the opening fight.
4, 3,
But look at the amount of dive available. Inhyuk is just raising his hands up, trying to zone away what is EXO's push as we head into the second map.
Trying to farm ultimate points, towards that strangling prison. Already alone flips around the back, doing the super fluid dive mentality to isolate the side of onside gaming. Perhaps finding a pick
Here we
and
go.
then wait for it. Oh, already it's just an absolute massacre. XOXO reigning supreme within onside gaming's hiding recesses.
Welcome to Alone Fills' blender as he's able to just wipe the floor of onside, dashing in and out and in again. And this was the dive composition that XO really loved to run, really loved to play, as the rest of onside look to flood onto the site, onto the payload, and to try to stunt this push coming in from XO. But the sheer amount of dive, Alone Phil's on the Black Panther Ace just now on the Magic, able to find a pick onto one of the members of onside, but there is a trade back and forth. This has been the main story of these trades, going back and forth and back again, as XO looking to command the push, command a first point for XO.
They never lost sight of the objective whatsoever, and there's gonna be some Woo on that Squirrel Girl doing absolutely
here we go.
everything. Okay, just trying to get themselves a bit of a platform out, a bit of a rolling start. I'm a little confused about those balls, but nonetheless, it's gonna be Spider-Man right off the
This
rip.
is where we,
Trying to hunt for a bit of an early target onto the land shark, quite caught. Trying to lock on, but onto the mess we go.
Yeah, so Blue on his hero of choice, the one we all know and love. Spider-Man going to be used as onside, struggling to stay on the side, but WDY will provide some respite as one member will fall, but Sungjung Blue and Alone Phil team up to melee down 2, as everyone else on onside looking to find a way back in. Ace even contributes as well. 3 dive characters, 3 dive duelists on the side of EXO.
I mean, they are really rocking it right now. I mean, we call them dive-esque. I'm gonna have to just call them dive mains at the moment because they're absolutely clicking heads. Even on your left, the newer player here on the team, the Shifted, does everything for themselves. As you see the Spider-Man hunt down, has a spectacular spin around the back, looking for a bit of a target. I hear Jeff's and now the spectacular spin will isolate WDY in this back line. Rebirth knocked out as well.
Yeah, great awareness to realize that this
Watch out, they're headed our way.
is an opportunity to stagger out onside. Sungjung Blue, you could go for the hero play, you could go for a flashy multi-man spin. What realizes that the better play, the correct play, is to just isolate WDY, just take him out before the rest of the team respawn together. And we'll see if that'll be enough, as Alone Phil on the side assassinates the land shark yet again.
I mean, it's a twofer, right? It's just the duelists being able to play together and work their magic, and look at all these bodies falling. It's gonna be XOXO finding their pace, rate and pace well within under them. Someone has been stalling the side, but it doesn't really matter because there's so much forward pressure from the duelist. Ace on that on the magic, and Sungjung will clean up shop onto this land shark.
They just hound them down. They just come in like wolves, looking for their next meal. It's onside. They're just getting ripped to shreds right now. The dive composition, the magic, the Spider-Man, the Black Panther. Trying to be too much for onside as XL are looking to secure that 3rd point. And it starts right now.
Yeah, has to force out the Karmic is as DB so early on after moving on to the Adam Warlock. Now hunting down the Lightstorm Ace. Will find the mark in Cuba. Onside Gaming firing back, finding value in these early picks. It's only Zeta actually who's running Vanguard for XOXO and will be immediately dealt with by Dawn at that tail end.
Yeah, great hold. Finally coming in from onside, some sides of life. To neutralize the time potential coming out of XO. But XO, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep going with the triple dive. Duelist, Alone Phils has to hand the boss. Sung Woo will have his spin up in a few moments time, but on your left, N27As have their ultimates as well. They're able to trade, and here we go. This domino effect of ultimates starting to take shape, but XO have a lot more resources to work with. It's a matter of how much do they use, how much do they save. Does XO look to go on the offensive now?
Rebirth kicked off the Eternal Bond just to be able to provide that last minute sustain onto the rest of on-site gaming. Now looking at some of the spectacular thing does it all as well, coupled with the silent subduction versus Ziva just means on-site gaming experiences a team wipe towards the tail end of this third leg.
They use everything, and most notably, they were able to do all that before SGB was able to use the Karmic Revival. And now XO inching closer and closer onto the site. SGB, when do you do damage? When do you go hide and try to get a valuable Karmic Revival? These are so many things to consider as WDY gets a great pull. But will it capitalize? Yes, he will. Finds Ace. Will keep XO at bay for the time being, as onside are looking to hold, looking to stop the push coming from XO. And so far, a slight adjustment for XO. They will go away from the magic and will put Ace onto the Magneto.
Yeah, they're realizing that running single Vanguard is just a little too much because their on-site gaming are playing together, so they're just leaving Sungja Woo with
oh, great pull!
Again, that's the pull! That's gonna be that Karmic Revival out of the way!
Cocoon, but Sungja Woo is tracking him down. He is ready to pounce as soon as SGB comes back. All eyes are on this Adam Warlock. That is their win condition. That is their way of coming back onto the site, onto the fight, as WDY is able to find the slam onto Sungjuk Woo, as SGB still alive and kicking. They might not even need the Karmic Revival, but we'll see about it as SGB will be able to defend himself. Will shut down Alone Phils, and the two dive players of XO will have to be sent to spawn.
Okay, I think on-site gaming is really starting to get wiser of XO's technique. They're really hunting around these corners. Oh, the beautiful stagger onto 27As, and on your left, both strategists mean that time is ticking 20 seconds for XO, and they've lost both of their backliners, and that's time bled away from wanting to push back onto this cart.
Peacefully time this invisible domain, invisible boundary to perfection. As Sungjuk Woo wants to look for an isolation, might find it onto SGB, and SGB goes down. No Karmic Revival in this final fight. As XO will have the man advantage. Tuba will use the Psionic Seduction to try to stun up anyone left of XO. XO won as Danny Hook, trying to do what he can, making sure that he's able to find some sort of damage, some sort of opportunity of defense here from onside. SGB now walking back into the fray as WDY. This might be the game changer, but he misses the Kraken impact. But it's not going to matter too much as 3 picks in favor of onside might be enough to hold off the defense. And yes, Alone Phils isn't considered existed on the map during the Dance of the Butterfly, and he's not able to step onto the point.
Indeed, I mean, you caught between a hard place and a rock there. You know, having your ultimate online, but faced against so many members, I think you might as well try and pop it and hope someone else jumps in the nick of time to stall it out. But alas, nobody was with them during that dance. And that'll be the cart stalled out mere meters away from that third point.
Yeah, 2-0 will be the push for XO. Keep in mind, since it didn't go to a third point, if there will be no overtime. So if onside are able to match the push that XO were able to pull off, onside will force a map number 3. But if XO are able to hold here, they won't be able to secure the series. They will be able to secure a second win, a second point here in Group A. and will put themselves in a comfortable situation.
I felt like I was watching a crazy game of chess between SGB as well as Sungjuk Woo, right? Just trying to out-hide each other. Obviously, Spider-Man on a bit of a hunt to isolate the Atom Warlock, who obviously is trying to hide with the Karmic Revival. But hey, not even needed. It's WDY who came alive with the Bucky, with the Winter Soldier to shut down those final recesses. Now onto the Wolverine, taking those high grounds, trying to isolate with a good leap or so. We'll have to see what happens as the fight erupts around this corner.
Yeah, WDY was on top of the bridge, looking for his next meal. Who would be if he does land that barrel weave? But for now, on side,
A nice deep freeze.
need to keep on pushing, and they will be able to do so. So far, no one going down early just yet. The Soul Bond will keep EXO sustained as Tuba gets taken out in the side.
I mean, it's the running the triple, and when you have a low place running the Atom, that's so much damage. Lamb's forced out by 27 days just to negate WDY, and does more than just negate, sends them back into the respawn room.
Right now, on side, looking good on the defense here as Tuba does have the Squirrel ultimate for the time being, as EXO still struggling to find their ultimate. 27 is very close to Lone Phil, soon to have the Karmic Revival. That might be the game changer here as WDY and Inhyuk looking to team up with the Groot and the Moon Knight Wombo combo, as Tuba and SGB are going to stack up the frags for the Lone Phils. Here we go, there's the resurrection that we all expected. For sure, on side, we're ready to deal with it, but can they neutralize the threat that is of EXO until one's defense?
Rebirth immediately taken out by that meteor, and now trying to succumb to the silence of that seduction will be the likes of Ace and Husk taken out with a beautiful right click from Alone Bliss. The defensive hold from EXO after that Karmic Revival is unmatched.
Yeah, great hold from EXO. I'm sure onside were ready for that Karmic Revival. There was some members ready to try and shut it down, but in the end, it's EXO coming out on top. The Blue now operating on the thing. A little bit of a different character from what we see in matches past, as SGB is able to open things up with an opening frag, as Sungjung Blue looking to punch his way into a winning fight for EXO. EXO won, and everyone on side dangerously low, as goodness, Sungjung Blue is not stopping here.
Good, not stopping, right? Using 27As as the buffer here just to keep everyone sustained, done. Just use the Eternal Bond, just pressing the issue, forcing the matter onto EXO. That's so much for one to get in. The Karmic Revival coming out strong. They brought back 3 players from the brink, and now back into the fight we go, sustained by the rest of these players. It's gonna be the hand of Karshu finding value. Nobody's got through it just yet, but hands don't miss, and Songjun will take on with them.
Finding that all-important elimination as WDY finds an opportunity to find Alone Phils, but it's immediately traded by Songjung Blue, and that trade benefits EXO as Alone Phils is able to revive himself with the cocoon.
So much defensive power from this triple right now. They're not changing for the life of them. Now popping a bit more sustains. 30 seconds called out, and 12
oh my gosh,
look at this Fate of Both Wars. Look at the wreckage that they're just pushing into it. They're not dropping bodies just yet, but they've got enough time, enough map control, enough space for them to
15
hopefully
seconds.
prevent an overtime.
Yeah, 15 seconds left on the clock. Ace does have the Meteor M available. When does he use it? When will he strike Tuba? Switching over to the blade to provide some sort of anti-heal potential. 27 Ace will steal the Fate of Both Worlds thanks to the God of Mischief. Ace shutting down the Eternal Bonds from Dawn as Vega and EXO looking to take control on the side. A look at the response from onside. It didn't even trade, but it's in favor of EXO for the time being as the feed lights up red. Songjung Blue and the crew finishing what's left of onside as there's a desperation portal, but a great zone. Seita plays man to man, plays the defensive line here for XO, and he's able to just push quite literally onside out of the site, out of the payload, out of the portal, and out of this series.
Oh my days. Look at this MVP. Sung-Jin-woo, of course, rocking the MVP title, but not on the duelist that we have seen them time and time again. It is indeed the thing. It's clobbering time, and these hands do not absolutely miss from Sung-Jin-woo, bringing so much value, running the triple on defense, putting a stop to the aggression from Onside Gaming.
Not only that, Sung Jung-woo also playing the Spider-Man. We saw the hero being played once again. And not only did Sung Jung-woo do work, Alone Fills as well, playing that Black Panther for a little bit during that map number 2, and he was just able to just shove out and wipe the floor. That is of Onside Gaming. And now on the defensive side, playing the Adam Warlock. And already 2 good Karmic Revivals. And that's all it took for a godlike defense from EXO.
Yeah. I mean, these Karmic Revivals, we cannot stop talking about them, right? They bring so much value, especially in the heat of the moment. They draw out so much attention and resources and cooldowns and ultimates from your opponent. Yeah, sure, they take bodies with them, but now you bring back the momentum with ultimates of your own. I've seen right after Karmic Revival, we've had the likes of a Meteorem, the likes of Fate of Both Worlds exploding out from XOXO, and the Flown Flits knows their role, knows they can't overstep or show their face too much on the battleground, or else you be like the Flip, you know? Onside Gaming tried to run that SGB on the Adam Warlock during the first half, hiding, sneaky beaky like, but was sussed out time and time again by Sung-Jin-woo.
Yeah. And yeah, that's the difference it makes, right? We talk about it, the timing of these ultimates, the resource and management needed, the discipline also necessary when it comes to using your ultimates at the right time. That's what it boils down to as we look at the final highlight reel here as we close out Season 3.5 of competitive play here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. And well, what a night it's been for all of these matches so far.
Indeed. I mean, a sweeping, resounding response from XOXO, right? They took the L not too long ago, and they came back with a very strong vengeance. And I think it's a very well-deserved win for them, right? They played cohesively, they showed flexibility in their hero pools despite very targeted bans that they were faced from the side of Onside Gaming, the likes of Magneto being taken out, Spider-Man right off the rip from that first map as well. I mean, they showed resilience, and that's precisely what you need in the marathon that is the next series.
Yeah, and Onside, like, again, props to them for doing what they can in the situation that they were in. It did seem like they had a bit of a tough time trying to figure out what they wanted to ban away here, at least in map number 2. You did ban out the Spider-Man in map 1, but you still came out on a loss, so... And then you're just in a bit of a pickle. Do you ban more duelists? Do you try to deny some of these options that XO really like to go for? Or do you just go for the safer option, just banning out these stronger characters? But in the end, XO were able to capitalize on this dilemma that Onside had to deal with.
Yeah, it was, I mean, a hard pill to swallow for Onside Gaming. You see Tuba actually hopped onto the blade in those last few seconds, trying to make hero plays right at that tail end. I think they got 2 eliminations or knockouts right as that overtime meeting was bleeding out, but you know, it's just too little too late, right? With that final team fight, will drop and lend the win over to XOXO. Onside Gaming putting on a stellar performance, but unfortunately it doesn't quite hit the mark.
Yeah, and that's gonna cause a bit of a disruption here in this Group A lineup, as Onside did not secure that 3rd point. So they're still fighting for playoff contention, as XO will match them with their own 2nd point. And this Group A is starting to close the gap between Crazy Raccoon and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, when we first saw it 5 hours ago during the very first minutes of this stream, it really looked like Group A was quite separated point-wise, but with a few changes here, with the earlier Assemble Fire versus U-Wings, and now between XOXO and Onsite Gaming, it's tightening up just a little bit more. It's a little spicy here in the top side of Group A, and XOXO gotta feel happy with that, right? They want to be able to close the gap towards Crazy Raccoons, solidify themselves as a forerunner here from stage 1 into stage 2, and this win does exactly that.
Yeah, you want to stay in playoff contention. EXO, we've seen them shine in stage 1, and they're looking to show brilliance yet again. And yeah, it's starting to look really close here in Group A, whereas also we do need to touch up on Group B as well. They're looking really close also.
Oh yeah, Group B is super tight. It's gonna be that the whole way through. We talked about it time and time again. The bracket of death is Group B, and it just keeps things spicy. It keeps viewers glued to the screens. It's good for us, as casters, because I love the storylines that we're painting here, and I felt like every single series today really mattered. And if Onsite Gaming had won today's series, it would have really solidified themselves as forerunners of Group A, right up there with Crazy Raccoons, and that's a big title to step off week 1, coming from OQ. But alas, that wasn't necessarily the narrative.
Yeah, a team coming from the open qualifiers, you could argue they are the surprise team out of this stage 2 tournament. A little bit of a throwback back in stage 1, where Dopamine, which did turn into O2 Blast in stage 1, were the surprise, as they did manage to make it in from open qualifiers into the playoff stage. And here it does seem like Onsite Gaming are looking to do what O2 Blast did in stage 1.
Indeed. I think about the hero picks that XOXO have brought out right in the last couple of maps, and it just I'm in awe, right? Every time I think that I've got XOXO kind of nailed down with, okay, I think this is what they're gonna run, they come up with completely different strats. Looks like they've spent the last good few months, right, in the lab, really cooking stuff, great stuff for themselves, and it really shows. It really pays off the amount of training, the amount of dedication and effort that has gone into it to pop out with some crazy triple strat right off the bat.
And we are getting word that we will be interviewing the winner of this matchup, XOXO1's on your left, the strategist player here for XOXO1, and they will be joining us in a few moments' time. Here we go. On your left, how are you feeling after that matchup against Onsite Gaming?
Yeah, feeling great always, as always. Winning is always feel good, better than lose, like yesterday.
Yeah, better than lose like yesterday. I'm glad you're all smiles today. On your left, a well-deserved win. We're gonna talk about that loss yesterday, So what learnings did XOXO take from yesterday's loss to help you with your win today?
To be honest, I think the team that we play today play a bit different style from Raccoon. So we still play the same as we play with Raccoon right now, and we try to prepare to play against them for the next match and the next patch that's gonna coming in the next week, right?
Yeah.
So
in
today
the end,
we still
comfort
think,
comfort is definitely a great option here. Sometimes that is what you have to rely on. And final question, you did touch upon it a little bit. Next week you do play against Incipients. How are you feeling for that match?
For me, I don't know about my teammate, but for me, I just trying to play my best for every match, so I don't really care much about like who I have to play against. All I have to focus is like, do I gonna play good today? Do my team gonna play well or anything? So just focus to myself for the most.
I love it on your left. Just focus on your gameplay. Don't worry about everything else. It's just noise and do your part. Once again, thank you so much on your left for joining us for this interview.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
It's great to see, right? It's a different approach when you get into that headspace for your next match, right? Sometimes you just have to focus on yourself. That's really all it boils down to. Sometimes you factor in what the opponent is doing, but in the end, you do need to focus on yourself, making sure you are in that flow state throughout this entire tournament. And that's exactly what On Your Left is considering here. And ooh, what a day it's been.
Yeah, and I honestly like On Your Left's second response as well about, I asked, we asked, hey, how'd you deal with yesterday's L? No sweat, right? These things happen, and 3.5 is about to end, so we just focus on what we know to do best, and then we perhaps in the future have to think it again. Maybe On Your Left is keeping his cards close to his chest. Smart man, but hey, I love the just ride with it, flow with it. L's and L, we take the dub today.
Yeah, and that's also something important, right? You don't go into a spiral of we need to fix something, we need to change what we're doing. No, sometimes stick to what you know best. Sometimes that is really the best possible approach, and XO did just that. We did see them go for a little bit of an adjustment in map number 1. They went for a more kind of traditional front and back playstyle, although you did have Sung Jae-woo on the Human Torch alone fills on the Psylocke in map number 1. So they still had that dive identity, but somehow in map 2, they just get away with so many of their comfort picks, and they just went all in on their dive identity, rocking the Black Panther, rocking the Spider-Man, and even the Magic all at the same time.
Yeah, 100%. I think that comes to show that they've really grown from their experiences in stage 1, right? They're diversifying their portfolio a little bit more, and that just means that the picks and bans that other teams have against them are just harder to pin down. What do I work on? Yeah, okay, Crazy Raccoons might have had an idea. They put the Spider-Man on board, but Onsite Gaming tried to do the same thing on map 1. Just didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, that was unfortunately their demise, but XO realizing that they had to just all in on their identity, all in on their playstyle, and that did in fact help them cross the line as they do make things makes things evened out here in Group A. We did touch up on it, that this rift that we did talk about earlier today has suddenly really closed in, and these teams starting to look a bit closely matched as the tournament drags on.
Yeah, and hey, if you're on-site gaming, hold your head up high. I mean, yes, you took the L. One of the first maps, you've actually dropped your first 2 maps here in group stage, which is an amazing achievement considering you've gone, 3 games so far, and you've had some brilliant ideas. I love the flexibility of the playstyle that we've seen in map 1 to just kind of maybe try to outmaneuver XOXO and even go run it to a 3rd point, right? That's the most important part. Playing objective is the key, the aim of the game here, and we saw a lot of that from On-Site Gaming. I think there's obviously a few loose ends that need tying up, a few polishing around the surfaces that could do a little polishing, and I'm sure the coach will get right on that for On-Site Gaming.
Yeah, still props to On-Site being one of the surprises, like we said, already having 2 points to their belt, and that is a great cushion to work with, right? You are coming from the open qualifiers, you're not that used to this high level of competition, and with already 2 wins right off the get-go, and it's just gonna help Onside just get a lot more comfortable throughout this entire tournament.
Oh, 100%, right? And I believe if you get one more dub, On-Site Gaming probably feels comfortable in qualifying into the playoffs. But hey, I don't want to run the math here on stream too much. I'm just trying to do a little foresight, you know what I'm saying, Dan? Trying to see what is really on the minds here. But you're right, it's still very tight for the side of Onside and XOXO. It just gives XOXO a little bit more breathing room moving into week 2, moving into that season 4 meta that, when we interviewed False is going to be shaken up. So whatever you see here this week, chat, that might go straight out the window. I don't know.
Yeah, speaking of straight out the window, yeah, like you said, this is the end of season 3.5 here in the competitive scene of Marvel Rivals. Starting next week, next Thursday, we're going to be in season 4, and that might shake things up quite a lot.
Yeah, we've got nerfs, we've got buffs, we've got a new hero on the line for the taking, right for the picking. Is Angela coming in? And I'm sure all these people in chat right now, have experienced the season 4 patch that just came out, I believe, Friday on the public servers, and have been toying around with Angela, the new Flying as Guardian Vanguard. And I'd be excited to see if any of these teams take up the mantle to run that, because hey, not a lot of time spent on this meta yet, right? Not a lot of time spent on Angela, the new Vanguard. It might be an opportunity to abuse the familiarity of some of the changes to really get yourself a leg up. I'm thinking about, some of the lower teams in the groups playing something a little bit more unorthodox to catch these teams off guard.
Yeah, they could very well, like you said, like they can definitely catch these top teams off guard. Something different, something spicy, taking advantage maybe even of the balance changes that we did see. It was one of the bigger patches coming into season 4, and you never know what could happen here. This could really turn into one of the most competitive stage 2 tournaments we have seen so far in Marvel Rivals history.
Indeed, right? It's appalling. It's to think, hey, all the training that we've done so far basically ends tonight with this stream. Next week onwards is going to be a fresh start, and that'll be translating into the playoffs as well. So I expect over the course of the group stages, which will be 4 days next week, plus some learnings as the rest of the regions also kick off their group stages in the weeks to come. Asia Pacific will come into the playoffs with a better understanding of what it means to run the season 4 patch notes, and then when we hit that playoffs, it's gonna be just so fire.
Yeah, but then again, we are only at the halfway point of the group stage. I know playoffs feels like a ways away, but we're gonna get there probably in no time, and I'm so excited to see how this entire tournament shakes out, because 3.5, then we go into 4.0. There are chances for teams to just come out of nowhere.
Indeed. Next week will be basically the same. It'll be the last ditch efforts for most and majority of these teams to nail down 2, maybe 3 matchups, depending on how many played this week, and that'll be starting to get real exciting. Some of these teams, perhaps in the middle of the week, will start realizing that they unfortunately don't have the opportunity to make into the playoffs. But hey, they're still going to put up a huge performance for us all, because hey, we all want to be entertained here on the Marvel Rivals Ignite series. So it's going to be a beautiful performance of tactics, of strategies, of outwitting the opponents for next week that you 100% want to stay tuned for.
Yeah, and you got time, right? You got a few days to figure out the new patch, a few days off to make sure you've got everything online and going, and that might be the difference it makes for these teams that are still looking to find a way into playoff contention. So only time will tell, really. And
only time will tell, indeed. I mean, today has been a clean 2-0 across the board, right? I think we had an overtime pop out during that second series that you see here between Assemble Fire and U-Wings, really going the absolute distance. But when it came down to that overtime, it was a quick 6-3 shutout for U-Wings, able to secure a nice clean sweep against Assemble Fire. Before that was DP winning out OEG 2-0 in a also seemingly dominant fashion, giving them their first dub here in Group B.
And then looking at the second half, we got Gen G looking commanding in their match against Rocket University, as Gen G, with that roster overhaul, looking like it is a net gain for them overall. And then just now we watched XO seemingly take out Onside Gaming, at least in map 1. It looked like Onside had the map in the bag, but then XO just kind of swiped it away from them. with a reverse sweep in map 1 and then just carried that momentum all the way into map number 2.
Yeah, it is momentum based indeed, and the momentum doesn't stop here, right? In the group stages, we've already got Crazy Raccoons with a solid 3-0 lead on top of that board, followed very closely by XOXO, as well as ONG that we just saw out. And with, the scoreline that just occurred on that series, it's going to leave them second and third place tied, actually. I think the point difference from XOXO just pushes them up top. And then, of course, U-Wings, Incipients, and Assemble Fire to round out the rest of the group with a 1-0-0 score to their name.
Yeah, and U-Wings are the ones going to be in playoff contention as we finish off the first half. Now we jump over to Group B, arguably the more competitive side, the more difficult side of Stage 2 at the moment.
Yeah, this is spicy. This is a lot of heat from every single team, every single player. Genji and Zero Tenacity leading that 2 scoreline up top, trailed by Reject, something that we, could not really expect. And at least the saving grace here is Reject have only played 2 games and not 3, so hopefully we'll be able to climb back next week, and to round up the rest of Group B will be Down Payment, OEG, as well as Rocket University in a 1-1-0 fashion. It's tighter, right, for the Group B side. Everyone's vying for that top 4.
Yeah, and now we look ahead. We get a few days of a break, but when we come back on Thursday, it'll be dopamine. Oh my gosh! Wait, hold on. I'm still in the past. Let me just fast forward real quick. It's gonna be Down Payment against Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity again being the opening match as we look ahead, as U-Wings will go up against Incipients. And then we round off, which undoubtedly will be the match of the night. Reject versus Gen G, the grand final rematch from Stage 1.
I mean, you could not have said it any better, Dan. I mean, this particular matchup right at that tail end of the first day next week is going to be tensious. Right, you can probably cut the tension straight with a butter knife, because I feel like Gen G had so many roster changes that they enacted just to be able to get back to Reject. They weren't happy with the second place, and Reject put them precisely there.
Yeah, and props to all the teams so far in this tournament. Everyone playing their hearts out, everyone playing at their utmost potential. Unfortunately, this is the end of Season 3.5, but now we are about to witness the turn of the meta as we head into Season 4 here in Marvel Rivals Stage 2. Quick little glance at the timeline ahead. We've got Angela live, we've got game modes live, we've got costumes on the way, we've got a new map on the way. We got a lot of things to look out for.
Heart of Haven is that new map coming towards the end of this month. New accessories and an event called the Scroll of Immortal Beasts. There's so much happening right now in the servers for you to hop on with your buddies, with your friends, to make shenanigans, make your TikToks, make your reels. We want to see it all, because right now we're eating good for the next few weeks ahead of us for this Season 4 roadmap. And hey, that coming soon, Season 4.5, not too far around the corner. But hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've obviously got this beautiful skin ahead to view.
Yep, Angela Skull 2099 making its debut here in Marvel Rivals. You've got nice colors, you've got that cyberpunk theme, you've got the neon going, and it's just a beautiful skin overall, and it's already available to you. You can go buy it right now. Just open the game, just go, click, buy, go. But also, we've got Twitch drops on the way for you as well. We've got that snazzy looking Blade costume if you watch us or your favorite streamers for long enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dan and myself have been on air for 22 hours over the last 4 days. So, chat, you have zero excuse for not already picking up your Will of Galactica Blade costume. All you need to do is make sure that you sign up your Twitch account to your Marvel's Rivals account, and if you're having problems, I'm sure chat is going to be able to help you in a jiffy. But hey, this Will of Galactica costume looking so snazzy, and you have until the early October phase for you to claim that for yourself. No excuses, chat.
No excuses indeed. And now we are slowly cooling things down. We're gonna be laying dormant for the time being until we come back on Thursday. And yeah, any closing thoughts as we close out here the first half of Ignite Stage 2?
No, I mean, it's been amazing for Dan and myself to bring us through the actions, kind of shape the storylines. There's a lot to have to swallow, but I'm glad everyone is so patiently listening in terms of, hey, who's getting the upper hand? Why are these teams important? And this is the storylines. It's not without you viewers to make this experience a holistic one. The players' stories need to be told. And as myself and Dan take our adieu, it's going to be Nell as well as Spicy Posh coming back for the Asia region stage 2 next week's group stages to round things off. And I think that'll be it for us, Dan.
Yeah, we're going to be signing off very, very soon. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you again in the second half of stage 2. We'll see you then.